All right. In just about 9 minutes, we're going to get started with our first developer interview with Torquedo. If anyone who's in the chat could let me know how the volume / my voice volume sounds, just let me know if everything's all good. Really appreciate that. Going to be playing Torquedo's game, Self-Reflection. Got an entire day's worth of developer interviews lined up. Okay. There's a timer going. We're just about 7 more minutes away before we begin the interview with Torquedo, playing Self-Reflection. Looks like the Ludum Dare tag worked, so hopefully... We are currently listening to music by Mark Sparley from his daily music series. Specifically these tracks here from the March 2019 Volume 33 album. Alright, I think it's about time we Torquedo in. All right, let's get the call going. Hello?
Hello.
All right, welcome Torquedo. I hope people on stream hear Torquedo.
Hello.
I definitely see the volume thing light up when you speak, so we're gonna go on the assumption that people can hear you, and if anyone says otherwise, then we'll make attempts to correct it. We started a bit early just to make sure everything's all set up and good to go.
Hmm.
So that being said, ooh, would it be better if I downloaded the exe version of your game, or is it just
It should
a...
run fine in the browser.
Okay, cool. Well, how about I go ahead and get that started then? And um, maybe you can go ahead and introduce yourself and describe your role on the project. I guess was this solo effort, or were you part of a team?
Yep, this is all a solo game. Yeah, so hi, I'm Turcato. I make games all the time. I participate in Ludum Dare all the time, basically every one since like the 24th one or something like that. So a long time. Um, and I have yet to do a team project for Ludum Dare. Every Ludum Dare game I made has been a solo effort,
Ah,
which is just
arrow
really
keys.
fun for me. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. This is a first impression for me. That's what I'm going to be doing all day today
Ah,
is
sweet.
conducting these interviews, but also giving my like first time play for a lot of these, which might some might say is ill advised. Some might say I'm doing a few too many things at once, but nothing ventured,
Maybe.
nothing gained.
Well, I'm here to help if you get lost anyway. So
Right. Ah, okay. I think I just sort of instinctively figured out that I was supposed to stand on that. Okay.
that's good.
So I always okay. So if I there we go. All right, and then Z and X to undo redo. Okay, so I'm kind of jumping out of order here, but what is this built in?
This is built-in stencil, um, which is a editor built on a language called Hax. Um, both very cool projects, and I've been working with stencil for years and years, so I'm really used to how it all works.
Yeah, and it exports easily to HTML5, right?
Yep, supports HTML, Windows, Linux, Mac, all the ones.
That's excellent. Oh, hi Marcos, welcome. Good to see familiar
Hello.
face. All right. So, how did you decide on what you were going to make for this jam?
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. Right before the jam started and the final round of theme voting was going on, um, I started thinking of ideas for each of the themes. I wanted to see if I can come up with some ideas for each of the themes just so I have some sort of preparation for when the theme is announced. And so I was just going down the list, and the first one on the list was Deeper and Deeper. And I thought of an idea where you like delve deeper into your own body as like a puzzle game. And then I gave up the exercise because I couldn't think of anything else. But luckily enough, that theme got chosen. So I was just like, okay, might as well go for the one idea that I had.
And I'm immediately stuck on the second level. Um, I need to get myself seen. Uh, this is the problem with trying to allocate half of my brain power towards playing game and half of it towards conducting interview. Um,
Right.
but say la vie. So what was your development process like for making the game?
Um. So okay, I started with coming up with the idea, obviously. And then after that, I just tried coming up with a bunch of art assets. I wanted to get like the theme for the game's visual style nailed down first. And I thought that a lot of thought went into actually the sizes of the sprites so that one pixel matched up with one tile as you zoomed in. And that also had to align with the screen resolution so it wasn't too big on the screen. So there was this whole initial puzzle with trying to solve this mesh of three different values for figuring out something very trivial and not important, but it was interesting. After that, I created the assets and I got the style of things mostly pixel art and flat color scheme. Then the first thing I did programming wise is I got the zoom mechanic working just so I had that nailed down as that's kind of like the core idea. And then I just created a bunch of puzzle elements and a bunch of puzzles and finished it eventually with whatever number of puzzles I had. And I added a narrative like halfway through. I found a way to like fit in this storyline with like the different faces because I want faces to be different for each one. So I fit in this narrative of like, well, you'll see. But it's a self-reflection narrative.
I maybe I won't see because I'm stuck on the second level and you
Do you
must be
want a hint?
tearing your hair out. I mean, I guess I just don't understand what this yellow tile is doing.
You don't need to know what that does yet. That is not necessarily used for this puzzle. You're
Okay.
missing one key component, which you just haven't tried to do. There's
Okay.
something else you can do with the mirrors.
Yeah, okay. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. Okay. Now it makes sense. All right. Um, so okay, I guess yeah, if I'm the whole point of this is both asking questions and giving live feedback. So, I definitely appreciate the hint because I feel like I didn't know that I could move the mirrors, and I don't
Yeah,
know why I didn't think I could do that. I guess, um, when you're working with such a limited resolution in the sprites, it's kind of hard to indicate what cannot be pushed. Like, I guess, no, my hint is that this box takes up the full square or pretty close to the full square, as it seems like these things have like 2 pixels. Am I reading into that, or is that accurate?
yeah, more or less. I mean, I guess one of the ways I indicated that is the mirrors in the box are the same color. But yeah, that the block and the walls are taking up the full tile, and these aren't necessarily. But mostly, I don't really think it's that much of an issue that you didn't necessarily realize you can push them because of how few elements there are on the puzzle. Eventually, you'll try to push one and figure it out. And I believe if you weren't talking with me, that would happen faster.
Yeah, it's quite likely. I guess maybe if it were if you wanted to do that beautiful thing where you kind of trick players into realizing a mechanic of your game,
Hmm.
um, you could always construct a solid wall, like a little maze that you have to nudge a mirror out of the way to
Hmm.
escape, and that way the player kind of clues in like, oh, I can move mirrors.
Yeah, that would have worked. It's a good
Um,
idea.
but it's the whole point of these game jams is just like trying out a mechanic and you know did you have were you able to finish it and get any like playtesting or feedback on it from anyone before you published it?
Oh, I have never gotten feedback before publishing a Ludum Dare game. I've never tried to do that. Usually, I'm all stuck in my own world by the time it is finishing. So I usually just shut off all communication with people while I work on this. On it.
Yeah, I can totally understand that. I was very lucky that I managed to finish my game like I'm gonna say like around 5 p.m. on Monday
Hmm.
with like 4 hours to go, and then I sent it to a couple friends. Both of them said that there was something that needed to change, and then I had just enough time to make that change.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, that's good. I don't know. I guess I've never considered sending it for testing. Maybe because part of me feels like that is not in the spirit, which doesn't make sense. I don't think I agree with that sentiment, but I don't know. I never thought of doing that.
all right. Well, I don't. Sometimes I need to say. Oh, okay. Escape. Ah. Okay. So you're. Yeah, I see. I see. So you're doing that, and then things seem great. Okay. Interesting. Um. All right. To give myself some mental bandwidth here, I'm gonna throw another question your way.
Hmm.
Is there a particularly clever hack or shortcut that you used for the game jam that you would never really use on a real like
Hmm.
long-term project, but just something that was you needed to get in to make the game work in time?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a bunch of them that I ended up going with. Like halfway through developing this, I realized that this is going to take too much effort to do X or Y. So one of the things was in getting layering to work. Like on this level, you pushed that crate on top of the teal block, and then after you let go of the button, the teal block was still pressed down.
Yeah.
Getting that to work was a definite hack, because how collision detection works is it's per layer. There's only 2 layers. There's a bottom layer, which is where the buttons are, and there's a top layer where the blocks are. And so when you're moving, it just looks at the top layer to see if there's something in the way. But for that block, it can't be on the top layer and exist with the player because it's like an array. I can't take the same spot in that array. So what I did is if I push the button down, I actually move it down to the bottom layer. And then every frame I detect if the button is pressed or not. And if it's not, then I move all those blocks back up to the top layer if nothing is there. So
Yeah.
instead of doing like a 3 layer thing, I just moved things across layers, which ended up working.
Yeah, so very much a like brute force kind of solution.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got an idea here, and I'm not sure if this is completely
Yeah.
crazy, but
You're
I'm
Yeah, I think you're on the right track.
I'm undoing to the point where I can move this block again, because I have an idea of trying to arrange these mirrors in such a way as to be standing on this powered block when I enter the next level. And I have no idea if that's going to mean anything. Ah, that did do something. Okay, cool. Excellent. Yeah, okay, so was there anything about the game that you had to cut or change in order to finish on time?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, one of the first assets I drew, and I even animated it, was a portal that you step in and it brings you to the other portal, and you just step out of it. Um, I thought that would be necessary for some of these puzzles because I thought that the room size was too restrictive for what I want to do. I ended up realizing that that's not the case, and then I never had a need for any of the portals, but definitely, yeah, one of the elements. And then I had a bunch of other ideas that I never got to, regarding how how the level progression plays out, which I won't talk about too much here. But those are the biggest things I cut, was just a few puzzle elements, and then I also wanted to do a bunch more puzzles, but it also gets like exponentially more difficult for the player the more puzzles there are, because you have to keep track of a bunch of different layers of levels since
Yeah,
everything's connected. So I didn't want to make
yeah,
too many levels anyway.
yeah. I guess we'll leave it as a mystery as to exactly how many levels there are.
hmm
I don't imagine you want to give that away. We started a bit early, so I'll keep trying to play through the game as long as possible.
Yeah.
So I guess with the I appreciate the fact that rather than just continuing to add like more and more elements, that you get to that point of subtraction by addition where
hmm
you would just overburden the player, as you said. So I think that's really cool that you managed to sort of have that cutoff point of just saying like, no, this is done, this is good.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely. I
cut,
think that's
print.
especially important with game jam games, because when people are playing these, they're not expecting to play, a 2 hour long game. They just want to see a neat experience. So if I just cut out everything but the initial examples of all these ideas, then
Hmm.
they get the most response from that for the least effort. It's the most efficient way to present a project, is by cutting out everything but the good moments, I guess. The pieces that are most interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I'm like actively forgetting how some of these mechanics work as I play. Oh, there we go. But heck, now it's blocked. Okay. Need something. Hmm. Oh boy. This is through and through. Like, do you so I guess where did the initial idea for this game come from?
Yeah. I don't know. I just when I thought of the first theme for the deeper and deeper,
Yeah.
I for some reason I thought of, you know, well, okay. What I wanted to do is what I do for every Ludum Dare jam is, when the theme is announced, I think of the most intuitive idea and the most common idea I could think of, and I try to not do that because I think everyone's going to be doing that. I try to come up with some mechanic or something that I don't think many people will do. Um, and so my first initial reaction was deeper and deeper. That's going to be a bunch of digging games, in which we've like
So many mother load
yeah,
clones.
Motherload was the thing I was trying to think of. Motherload clones, yeah. Which I think is evidently true. And so I thought of, what's the opposite of that? Maybe going upwards. There's probably going to be a few of those. So I thought of, like, a different axis. Which way I could go? I could think going inward is a deeper and deeper. That might not be an initial reaction to thinking of the words. So I came up with an idea of having puzzles embedded within each of the player objects. I think in the back of my mind, there's this one game called Patrick's Parabox, which is evidently very similar to this. But I wasn't. There was no intention of using those ideas. They just happened to align pretty similarly. Um, but that might have been in the back of my head when I was thinking of this. Yeah. Other than that, I was just trying to think of a puzzle game that could use the mechanic of states above players to influence the next levels.
Yeah, for sure. And like, what did I make? I made a platforming game. Like, whoa, slow down. Like, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with all the people who made Motherload clones
Hmm.
if they took the time to add something to it. Like,
Right.
did you just try to copy Motherload? If this was just a learning experience, there's nothing wrong
Hmm.
with that. Like, you're just trying to replicate mechanics that you found interesting. Cool. If you are trying to pass it off as your own idea, I mean, you're not fooling anyone. I don't know what the
Right.
point of that would be. Um, but I don't think there's any inherent benefit to saying, like, someone's done this before, therefore this is barren ground and we should never try to revisit this formula or this
Right.
genre or whatever. Like, at some point things stop being clones and starts the beginning, like, of the definition of a genre. And I think that
Right.
the separation is always, what did you add? Is it
Right.
literally just a clone, or did you change something? Did it make it better? Or did it make it worse? That's always up for debate. But
Yeah, that's a good point. And I still think the saying is true that there are no original ideas. So making a platformer, of course, there have been platformers before, as the same as there have been Motherload like games before Motherload even. Um, but it's a great point that when you create something, especially if it's iterative, you have to add some. You have to add your own feeling to it, and sometimes it's not even adding something to the game, it's just making it your own. Like there are a bunch of games like RPG games. That's a very similar format throughout that genre, but what makes each game unique is their own world and story and everything, which can't be something that you necessarily add to. You can't add another element of a story. There's already well defined story elements, but the story itself is what's different and is what unique to the people who made the game.
yeah, absolutely. I think that there's plenty of space for taking something which is, perhaps mechanically identical to something else, but just telling a new, like,
Yeah,
changing the narrative, changing the aesthetics, changing,
exactly. Yeah.
there are room for those games. Like, is it going to seem derivative? Maybe, but
Mhm,
is the story original? Does the story present the mechanics in a new, like, contextual way? Like that, there's still value in that.
mhm, definitely. And I think for me personally, I have a really hard time with that sort of creativity. Um, like I don't add narrative to any of the games. This is the first time I've ever done anything like that. I have a hard time like coming up with creature designs or storylines or backstories or world building or anything like that. So I really enjoy preferring on the other side of making new interesting mechanics or combinations of mechanics that people haven't seen before or anything like that, to make interesting experiences rather than doing it on the other way inward with my creativity or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we got on a bit of a tangent there,
Hmm.
but
That's
I
fine.
see there's a question in the chat that I am not presently taking submissions because the schedule for the day is set. Possibly later in the day, I will start up a new stream that is not an interview stream at that point. Then, yeah, I can accept submissions from people. But today is all about developer interviews with the fine folks you see at the bottom of the screen there, and the full schedule is also listed underneath the stream in a very small image that you can click on to expand. Um, but yeah, for now, I guess the last question I had on here was, do you have any plans for the game going forward?
No, is the only answer. I often get into a trap of trying to improve on an idea or make it bigger, and I can't keep doing that, or else I will die before any of them are finished. um, for reference, the one game I'm working on now, Hectic, which is the one that ended up
Yes.
getting a publishing deal, or it started as a Ludum Dare game, started for Ludum Dare 41, so seven, um, you know, biannual Ludum Dare um, events ago was that game, and it still isn't done. So there's no way I can continue building on these games. But I also am getting better at realizing when a game is finished, or at least in a game jam context. So I don't think if I were to expand on this game, it would mostly be just padding out levels with the mechanics that have already existed in this build. And I don't think that would add as much as the effort it would take. And I think the experience in this game is more or less complete anyway. So
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a little too early in the morning for me, which is sad because it's 11:17 where I am. So that's what does that say of my mental abilities? But I am stuck. um,
you should move the mirror to another place.
because I feel like I had. Hmm.
You got pretty far without needing to do that.
Yeah, like I thought about.
Well, not that mirror.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky. Like this is where it's so difficult to both try to maintain conversation and play
Yeah,
game and broadcast my thoughts to try to
it's
make
very
sure that the
hard.
stream is still engaging and that. Um,
I don't blame you at all. Yeah.
well, I don't know. Is there anything else that you wanted to share about the development of this game?
Um. Hmm.
Kind of a very broad question. It's not something we
Yeah.
got through
No.
all the ones I had written down. So
Thank you. I don't know. I think it's interesting. Every time I do a Ludum Dare, I feel like I get a little bit better at exactly what Ludum Dare requires of you to make a game, which is knowing your limits, knowing how fast and slow you need to go on certain aspects, knowing how much thought you need to be putting into everything throughout the day, because like it spans across multiple days, of course, and you have to live within the entire day. It's not just like you are working for 48 hours. You have to eat and sleep and all the other stuff the body needs as well as making the game. So it's interesting to see how my, I guess, strategy progresses with each one of these. I'm regarding that.
yeah, like
Um,
I know that you track your time uh,
mhm,
very specifically. I'm for lack of a better word.
mhm.
So how is this submitted for the compo?
Yes.
Okay. So you completed the entire thing within the span of 48 hours, and then within that 48-hour span, how long roughly or perhaps precisely did you spend
Mhm.
actually working on the game?
Um, I think I went to bed at like 11 the first day and woke up at like 9, and then so let's see, that cuts out 10 hours. So probably probably yeah, it was probably around 30 hours for the whole 48. So 12 of which I was sleeping or showering or eating or something like that. Um, I did not track this one. Um, I usually don't track my time on Ludum Dares because I just want to focus on making it. I don't want to focus on worrying about the time tracker. But I do that for basically everything else.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, and I think that there's it's a really good idea to try to maintain that sort of healthy balance of like don't run yourself ragged, like especially like the game's just gonna end up worse as a result. Like at a
Hmm.
certain point you need sleep, you need to eat, you need to like just take a breath because I wasn't even participating in the competition. I was just participating in the regular jam, and I definitely
Right.
felt like within the last little chunk of time, my brain just kind of like oozing out my ears from
Right.
the effort of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, it's it's crazy every time it starts. I'm like, oh man, I forgot how much effort this actually takes to focus for this long, this intently, and to get something that's finished. I don't know how I have not had an experience where I've just failed to complete a game yet. I don't know how that's happened. I feel like maybe I've gotten lucky, or maybe something in me is intuitively aware of the passage of time or how much time I have left, and is able to adjust what I'm doing to to make sure I land on that time. But
Yeah, for sure. It's a measure of scope, right? Like you have an
true.
intuitive sense of like you've been making games for long enough. You've made enough different games that's like
Hmm.
here's an idea that I have. You know, we, I think it's going to take me this much time to make it, and just
Right.
that's kind of the beauty of game jams as well. Because like when you start to project out into a project that's going to take weeks or months, then those
Hmm.
estimates can just become wildly inaccurate. But when you're like, I can do this within 48 hours.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it gets more difficult to tell how much time a game will take the longer you think it will take. For something very small, yeah, making a game in 20 minutes, you'll probably know exactly how long it will take to make that. But if you make a game in 6 months, it will probably take much longer, or maybe shorter, but usually longer.
All right. Well, this is starting to get embarrassing with just how badly I cannot get through this puzzle. But and I've also got to start to wrap things up in preparation for the next stream.
Cool.
But just before we cut things off, I want to give people in the chat an opportunity. If there's any questions they want to ask Torquedo, now's the time to do it. And while we wait for those questions to come in, please take the opportunity to social platforms or anything that you want people to know about. If there's any
Hmm.
links you want, you can send them to me and I'll put them in the chat, or you can post them in your chat yourself.
Sure. Um, yeah, so this before I'm Torquedo. I make games all the time, and only recently, and by recently I mean like several years ago, I started working on a single project for most of my time. That project is called Hectic. It's a bullet hell card game. Um, I will get a link for this because I have it, but I have to look it up real quick.
Yeah, and
Here,
I did run through an interview on HeckDeck with you,
that's right.
but
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I got around to publishing that onto YouTube. So I can, I
Uh
do
huh.
have it archived. I haven't lost any streams or anything that I've done on Twitch, so that can go up at some point. But yes, please check out HeckDeck. It was really mechanically interesting, um, and I think that I'm looking forward to seeing the finished product.
Thank
Please,
you. I
everybody,
appreciate
check
it.
out Torquedo on Twitter. It looks like we didn't
Yes.
get any questions right now, which is too bad. But
Mm.
if people can always follow up with you directly if there's anything that they are curious about.
Yep. Absolutely.
And I think we are going to go on a break here while I set up for the next interview, which is going to be with Sheepolution playing Deep Seek, and that'll be at 11:30. So just 5 minutes from now, we're going to take a quick break and be back. Torquedo, thank you so much for joining me.
Awesome. Thanks very much for having me.
All right, and we will, we'll see everyone in just 5 minutes, and I will sort of
Yep.
cue the music. And goodbye, Torquedo.
See ya. Thank you.
I closed my music playlist. That's how much of a professional I am. Let's get that playing again. Play media. There we go. And I'm going to just webcam mute for now. See everyone in 5 minutes. All right, we are back, and I've got Sheepolution starting up on a Discord call with me here. Hello. Oh,
Hello.
okay, there we go. No, I heard you for a second.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Okay,
Sorry.
excellent.
I got the
All
gym
right.
on.
Yeah, so we are checking out Sheepolution's game, which is Deep Seek. And here, I should have done this with Torquedo's game as well. I'm sorry, but here is the link to the game. And I am going to amend my scene here real quick just to indicate that this little purple bar is shifting down. Come on. Got to use the arrow keys to nudge it into place. There we go. That little purple bar is meant to indicate what is currently live. All right. So, yes, I'm joined by Sheepolution. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Sheepolution. I make games as a hobby, and I've participated in Ludum Dare for the first time in Ludum Dare 21, and joined every Ludum Dare since then. Not always made a full game. Sometimes I failed, and then, send in like some failed prototype, but at least I tried. And yeah, so again, here we are.
Nice. Yeah, so I'm trying out your game. This is the first time I've played it. And
Right.
oh, I see I've got my oxygen meter on the side there. This is very
Mm-hmm.
nicely polished for a jam game. Well done.
Thank you. Yes.
So you've been doing this since Ludum Dare 21, you said. So
Yeah.
well, chronologically speaking, like how many years ago was that?
I'm not even sure, but I think that's about 10 years ago.
Wow. So yeah, you've been participating in a lot of game jams.
Yeah. Well, mostly Ludum Dare, but yeah, sometimes other game jams. Like for example, the Love game jam for the Love framework, which I still use. So yeah.
Cool. All right. So when you participate in Ludum Dare, are you participating in the jam or the competition?
I try to participate in the competition, but if like something comes up in the weekend, which often happens for some reason, like always in the weekend, right the weekend when Ludum Dare is going on, I have something to do. But yeah, I try to do the compo, and if either the game gets too big or something comes up in the weekend, then I'll try doing the jam instead.
Okay. Yeah, it's good to like have that flexibility. I appreciate that you can still feel like you participate one way or the other.
Yeah.
All right. So you mentioned this is made in Love 2D.
Yeah. Exactly.
Cool. Yeah, and that's sort of like your sort of go-to engine for developing games.
Yeah, it's like because it's not even really an engine; it's more like a framework. So you don't have like a built-in level editor and rooms where where you can place entities or stuff. It's all code, but that's my preferred way of working.
Wow.
That way I can do it. Yeah, pretty much
Yeah.
everything myself, so I know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I am spoiled by the fact that when I use GameMaker to make my jam games, I have a level editor that I can place things out with, and even Unity is with the scene editing and stuff. It's
Right, and of course, I used LDTK. Um, the level editor by Deep Night. I use that for this game, so I still have level editor, but it's not built in like an engine.
yeah, no, I figured that you weren't like plotting all this out through like a massive array or something.
Yeah.
Not like the good old days of game design. But yeah, I am. Oh, there we go. Oh, I guess this is gonna make my vision less blurry. Yeah, I'm right. And I remember
Yes.
seeing other streamers sort of like bonk up against that rough terrain over there. So I know I'm gonna be able to do that eventually.
Right.
But right now I'm just concerned with not drowning. So yeah, I can see I'm running a little low on the good old O2 there. Okay, so I'll move on with the questions then. How did you decide on what you were going to make for this jam?
Yeah, that was pretty easy. Well, I woke up because I sleep while because of time zones. I sleep while the team is announced. So I wake up and I see that the team is deeper and deeper, and right off I'm thinking, like, I have the tendency to think of these really innovative, crazy ideas, like for example, I had for one Ludum Dare game, I had this game where your power source is your laptop's battery, right? So it uses your battery to do something, and if you're charging, then it won't work. Something like that. And I was like, oh, maybe, you have a game inside a game, inside a game. Whoa, you go deeper. And I was like, no, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna make a normal game. And then I decided on this game because I already had this ID for the Game Boy Jam. Well, not even before that, actually. I just had this ID. I used it. I tried it for the Game Boy Jam, but it didn't work. I didn't have enough time, so that I didn't finish that. But yeah, it fit the theme, so I made it for this game instead. And now you're drowning.
Yeah, I got lost and I started going in the wrong direction and I broke my rule. Like
Yeah.
I was being so strict with myself of like going down and just getting one thing at a time, and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna try and get two things and be greedy. And it's like, no, and then I drowned.
Yeah, but you still have your items because every time you go up, it like saves your progress.
Okay, no, I really appreciate that. So you're only losing the progress of the most recent dive, which is definitely feels more fair. I know that there's always this temptation. Like, was there ever a time that you contemplated just making it so that you die and that's it? Like you have to restart?
Yeah, I've thought about that, but that wouldn't have been fair. What I wanted to prevent is that players will just dive all the way down and, just grab any item they can find and then just drown and not go up. But that's like, that's not the point. The point is that you try to safely come up. And if you go to the left, you will find a lot of players are missing this. Go up to those darker squares.
Yeah, I saw that.
Down. No, not there.
I'm sorry. There's a bit of a. Oh wait.
Yeah. Down and then right. No, not those.
Down into the right.
Okay.
These darker squares. I'm sorry.
No, on the right.
Oh, these
and
guys
in the center,
here.
you have that block. Yeah, if you go in there, still making
Is
it.
a little pocket of air or something.
Yeah, it's a pocket of air. Like a lot of people are missing that, so I should have made it more clear. It's kind of a bummer, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess is the intent for it to be a secret, or is it for?
No, it should be obvious. Like I
Okay.
expected people to be like, "Oh, I can go in there," but apparently it's not clear at all. So
I guess
I should have. I mean, yeah, I know how I could have made it more obvious, made it, but I just didn't have the time to implement that.
No, of course. Such is the nature of it. This being a game jam.
Yeah.
So the I can't help but notice the nice little swimming animation you've got on the guy here. Is that something? Yeah. What pixel art editor tool do you use?
I use Sprite. And about the swimming animation, so I said before that I already tried making this game for the Game Boy Jam.
Right.
And because of that, I already made all these animations. But of course, I can't reuse those assets. Also, those were made in Game Boy style, so they were all green with 4 different colors. So I remade the animations, but I could use my own previously made animations as a reference. So that helped a lot with animating.
Yeah. So you still had to sort of redraw them, but you had the reference of the.
Yeah, the movement.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool. Yeah, I was only participating in the jam, not the competition. So when it came to my game, all the art and the aesthetics were already built from before, and it was mostly just level design that I was focused on.
Right.
But that was the way that I was treating this as a challenge for myself. Was what kind of level can I build in this limited amount of time? So what was your development process like for building this game?
Pretty much all of day one, I worked on the art. So I just made art, and day 2 was a lot of coding and still a bit of art. But pretty much that. And I think the level I designed on day 1 as well, but that was pretty quick. I did that in half an hour, I think.
Yeah, I guess
so it's okay, then here a corner, then you can go in here and split it here, and that was.
I would say that it's like it's obviously you've been doing this for so long that you knew how long it was going to take you to get the game finished. But I would generally, I don't know, would you agree that it's kind of dangerous to start with making art when you don't necessarily know that you're gonna even have the opportunity to use all of it?
Yeah, a lot of people say that, right? Like just use boxes or something and then work with that. But I can't do that. I really like I need the visuals of like how is this going to look, or else I can't really yeah, I just can't work on it.
All right. So I'm realizing that if I don't go all the way back up to the surface, then all these things that I've collected are for naught. So just going to
Yes.
that sort of midpoint is not good enough to get the save.
But you might make it to the air pocket with this
I
oxygen lab.
might, if I can remember which direction it is.
Yeah.
I feel like it's hard to keep it all in mind.
Yeah, that's some a lot of people have that trouble.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't think I've made it.
You can still make it. You can still make it.
I'm not
I
so
think.
sure. I think I'm dead.
Oh, no. Yeah. So yeah, the anchor it helps you with swimming down faster. The helmet it helps with oxygen, and the glass helps with speed. But now you lose the helmet because you
Yeah. Didn't bank my
didn't go up.
progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so this is very much a game that you can sort of like slowly chip away at, making incremental progress, or you can kind of press your luck to try to get through it faster. With that,
Yeah, it's a bit of luck, right? You need to take the risk of like, okay, I'm going deeper. I might not, if I go this deep, I might not make it up unless I find an air pocket or an item. But yeah, it's a bit of risk and a bit of exploring, right? And remembering.
Yeah, it is definitely like that. That's something where the art really does help because otherwise, okay, I didn't read the itch page, which I probably should have, but I realize I'm probably collecting this wood to build a raft to get off the island, right?
Yes, you need 10 pieces of wood
Oh my goodness,
to
10
win the game.
pieces. I think I
Yes.
had 4 before I drowned.
Yeah.
Well, it
Yeah, you're not
definitely.
even. You haven't even reached half of the map, I think.
Jeez,
So,
yeah, and
goes
with the sort of limited time schedule that I've given for myself, I'm not sure if I'm going to necessarily uh, get that far on stream right now, but
No, that's
I'll
fine.
definitely go back and play it after the fact. So while we're talking about the game, was there any like particularly clever hack or anything that you had to use to finish the game in time that you wouldn't use in a normal production project?
Well, not necessarily. I'm not sure if I would call it a hack, but like normally you want to, organize your things nicely, and like certain classes shouldn't interact with certain other classes. So, um, you try to do that nicely. Like, okay, send all the information to the game class, and then the game class will handle all that information and something like that. But especially in the last hours, you're like, okay, I just need to do this all quickly. So um, the player class is directly in contact with the HUD class, for example, and um, yeah, so stuff like that. Just dirty coding, but yeah, it's something I wouldn't do in
Yeah, for
a
sure.
normal project.
I
I have
have
a tip for you. If you go to the right, you'll find another air pocket.
okay.
Right and then down. You should somewhere find an air pocket.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely going to help get through. Flippers. I imagine that speeds up my swim speed.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just an inevitable thing of working with limited time is that you have to just start making these direct references and abandon good coding practices. But,
Right.
you know, um, is there any of that you want to like go back in and clean up? Like, do you have any plans with this game going forward?
I'm not sure yet. Like I have some ideas. And yeah, I think I'll make a post gem version. and maybe even more than that. Like I like the idea of it. I have some ideas for it, like where you know we also can swim more horizontally and really have these caves that you can explore, something like that. I think that will be cool. But yeah, I'm not sure yet. But like, for example, I wanted to add fish, but I drew them even, but they didn't make it into the game because of time. And yeah, so I would like to add those, and then some fixes like those air pockets, make them more clear that you can get air from them.
Yeah. So what I don't want to suggest anything that you've already clearly thought of, but what is your idea for making them more obvious?
I was thinking of like water dripping out of the cave, from the top, and the colors probably. Like, it would be nice if I could make it so that there's not a wave, like the wave shader is not applied to it,
Mm-hmm.
and also not have the blue overlay not on top of it, stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. I think that would all definitely serve to make it more obvious.
Also, like something of a line, right, between the water and the cave, because
Yeah.
right now it's just the same. And if there was something of a line, it would be more obvious that it's a surface.
Oh, look, I missed this piece of wood.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So was there anything like you mentioned the fish that you had to cut, but like did you make any changes to the level design or did you have to like trim anything down? Like was it always going to be 10 pieces of wood or did you have more in mind?
No, I think I just placed some wood and I was like, okay, some wood here and there, and eventually I had like 8 pieces, and I was like, okay, let's round it up to 10.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, just I had the level in mind, and then where the items were going to be, uh, I just placed them somewhere, and I was like, okay, this is good. But yeah, level first, and then air pockets and items later.
Yeah, for sure. I just noticed a question in the chat there about submitting a game. Right now, I've got a set schedule of interviews going throughout the game, throughout the day. But maybe like much later today, I'll open it up to anyone being able to submit. But you can check out the schedule of everyone who's going to be joining me on Discord, answering questions, and checking out their game. That's down beneath the stream, and also a sliver of it is right here on the stream itself. So you will eventually be able to submit your games if I start up the stream again, but for now it is a set schedule. And I don't know, like I've got 5 out of 10 pieces of wood, and I'm roughly halfway through the time that we had allotted here. So maybe I'll finish in time. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about with regards to the development of the game?
Yeah. So when the game was, when I was placing all those air pockets and I was deciding like, okay, how much oxygen do you get? At first I was like, I want to make it so that you just have enough time to make it to the first air pocket and to the second air pocket. But then I was like, wait, this is a Ludum Dare game, and the people who are going to play this are not going to be good at games. That's something I always underestimate. But yeah, don't make your game hard, because I guess people also play lots of these games, right? So they don't have time to read instructions. They don't have time to get good at the game. So yeah, make it simple. So I gave players enough oxygen to reach the second, all the air pockets, and yeah, I think that's it's well balanced.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of difficulty tuning that you were able to do to make a change to. I've got a Wilson.
Yes, it's an Easter egg, I guess you could say.
Is that why it's got the red smear on the side?
Yes. So it's like, oh, and you need an item for when you go down. So we, or I should say, I used an anchor And it was streaming, and I also needed something for going up, so that when you have the item you go faster up. And people were suggesting a balloon, but eventually I was like, okay, a ball. No, I believe someone was like, hey, are you gonna put Wilson in the game? And then I made that connection, like, oh wait, that's perfect.
Yeah, for sure, because you're using like a little pocket of air in the ball
Yeah.
to.
Oh, you should go down. It should go down.
Oh well, I mean, I didn't
Yeah,
know that
yeah.
there
Go.
was going to be a pocket of air there. I was trying to go back to where I knew there was one.
Trust me. Go down.
Well, of course I'm going to trust you. You're the developer.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then on the right.
Ah, okay. Whew.
Yeah, there's a tile I missed. That's how stuff goes, but yeah, and if you go around this, you should find an item that's very helpful.
Yeah,
on the
I
right
know, just like knowing that there are those little walls that I can break, I've been keeping an eye out for the item that allows me to break. There we go.
Yes, and there you find it.
All right.
And this is also because you have this item, like all those walls you can break allow you to go down way faster. So
yeah, make some shortcuts.
yeah.
Right. Well, I think I am going to bank my progress and make my way all the way back up to the top, but I can probably do that by going through some walls. Ah, let's grab this.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, I guess like that's pretty much everything in terms of the questions that I had, but was there if anybody in chat has any questions for Sheepolution, please drop them in there now, and I will do my best to tear myself away from focusing on not drowning long enough to read them. I think this is a shortcut. Going up.
Yeah, you can go all the way left. On the left side there are all the shortcuts.
Okay, we have a question from sorry, the username's a bit hard to read there, but that's Mojo Saman. Mojo
Yeah, it's a friend of mine.
Okay,
Mojo
cool.
Saman.
Is asking what was your favorite Ludum Dare game that you made? So I guess that's including previous years.
Yeah, that's always a tough question. I guess I really like this one, but no, this is not my favorite. So I really need to look at my list actually. Oh, let me check.
So if you've participated since 21, then you this is 48. So you've made like, what was that, 15, 16 games? I'm not doing the mental math very well right now.
Something like that. Let's see. No, more like 27, right?
That would make sense. Yes, that is what happens when you subtract those numbers from each other.
Yeah. Let's see. I think. Well, I'm really proud of In Hiding, which was for Ludum Dare 29, I believe. Which is like a more serious game. But yeah, I'm really proud of that, and would like to expand that one day. Of course, Disarranged is an amazing game I made together with Joseph Man. So of course that's also one of my favorites. But yeah, it's hard to say. I guess the ones that won me a gold medal. So that's One Take and Lost in Translation. Those two. Yeah, I'm happy with those.
Hey, flippers! Now I can move faster.
Yes, and there's one more item left.
Yeah, it looks like I'm pretty close. But we are coming up on time here, so as close as I am, I think I'm gonna make my way back up to the surface.
But I recommend you go down so you get the last item, and then you have like the experience.
Okay, well, I will endeavor to do that. So while I get that last item and we start to wrap things up here, can you maybe tell people where they can find you, if there's any other projects that you're working on that you want people to know about?
Yeah, they can find me on Twitter, I guess, and Edge. Currently, I'm not working on any projects, but who knows? Maybe I'm gonna expand on this game. And well, there are a few projects I've planned, but nothing concrete I can tell you about.
Okay.
I am planning on starting season 2 of my own game dev podcast. So if you want to be on that, I guess send me a DM and we'll figure that out. And let's see. Oh well, now you can go down, right? Because you want to go to the
but
air pockets,
I'm,
right?
I'm
Right.
also in, without knowing
Yeah.
where an air pocket is. But yeah, more Sheepolution interviews, possibly. I mean,
Yeah.
anytime, I guess anytime there's going to be a Ludum Dare, I'm going to try to make the time to have these live streams where we can talk. And if, it sounds like you are dead set on participating in each subsequent game jam, so I will always try to keep a time slot open for you, and we can look forward to discussing your games on stream.
Yeah. Also, I have plans for a game jam myself to host, but also that is something I can't really tell about. But yeah, keep an eye open for that.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me here today. This has been playing Deep Seek. You can go ahead and try it yourself via the link that I posted in chat, and I will post it in chat again just before I wrap things up. I'm a little behind on time, but as of noon, which is just 4 minutes from now, I will be starting a interview. Well, not any specific interview, but I'm going to be sort of playing through various games while sort of taking a break to grab lunch because, it's coming up on noon for me right now. And these are games that people who couldn't necessarily join me on Discord, but I'm just going to be playing various titles and giving my initial impression for the developers so they can see somebody trying out their game. Yeah, I'm sorry, I do not have any commands set up in chat. I don't know how to do that yet because I am a Twitch noob. But thank you everyone who's tuned in. Thank you Sheepolution for joining me and for sharing your game. Everybody, please go rate and try it out. It is, I'm going to post it once more in chat here. There we go. Deep Seek. And I would highly recommend going through and trying it out. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm going to be wrapping things up. And goodbye for now. right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry, I see people trying to use submit commands and other things like that. Those don't work. I don't have those set up. I don't know how they work. I am still very much a Twitch noob. But we are going to be playing a few games from people that couldn't participate in a interview over Discord. But nonetheless, they submitted their games, and I said that I would try to play them on stream. So first off, let's see. We've got. Sure, let's try this one. And I'm going to give the developer a heads up in case they can join us in chat. All right. So we're going to be intermittently trying these out. Let's see. How deep is your love? And this was submitted to me. It's from Double Mind Games. And I will post the link to the Ludum Dare submission in chat so you can try it out as well. And here we go. We're gonna just run the game in browser. Hopefully that works just fine. Again, these are all my first impressions of games. And okay, cool. Running game. And it's coming through a little loud for me. If people in chat can let me know if the audio balance is good, or if I should be turning that down. I know my own game is infamous for being particularly loud. Maybe a little lower. Yeah, let me go ahead and tune that down. How is that? All right, I have lowered the volume. Hopefully that is better. Okay, excellent. Thank you for the confirmation. Your username is perplexing me a little. That is Icy wow, I get it. It has totally defeated me. Icy lava. That makes sense looking at it. Yeah, I see it now. Icy lava. Thank you. All right. Yeah, let's get this started. Okay, I should look at the controls. Uh-oh, I should zoom out a little because something. I don't think it's happy with the zoom level that I've given it. I might have broken it, in fact. There's a perfectly good full screen button. Yeah, sorry. Again, people trying to use commands in the chat, they aren't going to work. I don't have them set up. There we go. That at least fixed the zoom on this. Okay, so let's look at the controls. WSD, space. Okay, so I can play this with one hand. Move back and forth to get rid of petrification. Okay, that looks like everything. Cool, let's try it. Nifty little full screen that I should have as well. Play. Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to put your link there, but I'm not going to be playing games until much later today. Death has taken my beloved Elizabeth soul. It's an auto-scroller. Okay. Ladder. Need to find her. She's down here somewhere. Alright. I'm guessing I cannot touch the evil sine wave enemies. Oh, that's petrification, I see. So it's not gonna kill me. Not even death will... Oh, okay, there we go. It's clearing level. Oh boy. Okay, gotta make my way over to the side there. Can I jump from the ladder? Yes, I can. Okay. So many Medusae. I like that there's a unique animation for shimmying on the rope versus climbing down the ladder. Oh boy, I'm guessing those kill me. Oh, or maybe? I don't know. That either disappeared right before it hit me, or it did hit me and I didn't die from it right away. Okay. Ladder. There's some, I appreciate that there's some generous collision handling going on here, because I think that Medusa definitely clipped me, but I'm guessing this is the end? Okay, cool. Got a very bouncy Goatman protagonist here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think it's... Oh! No, I'm dead. So in terms of trying to give my feedback on the game, it's definitely a very sort of, you know, I don't know if anyone has seen my game. It is also a sort of like similar idea of like challenging platformer. Primary mode of direction is going down. So this game opts to use the sort of moving the camera to keep the no. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about auto-scrollers in general. Like, it's definitely a good way to keep the pressure on the player. We've got some very intense camera shake on... I probably wouldn't have shaken the entire screen. I might have just shaken the character when you're trying to break free of petrification. Like, maybe the camera can shake... Yeah, the camera does shake when you get petrified in the first place, it looks like. Oh, we got a little duck down animation. I appreciate that the Medusa heads have got this little, like, wobble to them. So I know that the creator of the game said that they would be joining in chat. Ooh, I mean, that was incredibly lucky. If I have health, I'm not exactly sure how many of those little bullets I can take before I die. Perhaps it's just a question of, like, don't take too many hits within too little time. Yeah, the music is definitely real cool. Projectiles make you fall, but I can grab the rope again. Okay. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Oh, the music. You know what? Yeah, I have listened to a bit of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon soundtrack. I do know what you're talking about. It would not seem out of place. As for the subject matter of this game, that would seem incredibly out of place in a Pokemon game. You remember that Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game where you broke into hell to free the soul of your lost loved one? That was my favorite one. Okay. A little out of left field for Game Freak to suddenly be acknowledging a living hell in the Pokemon universe, but because there's different universes in Pokemon, right? Like there's the Mystery Dungeon universe where there aren't humans, it's just Pokemon living on their own, and then there's the Pokemon world as we know it with like trainers and all that sort of thing. So who knows? Maybe this is a Pokemon that we haven't seen unveiled yet. Okay, that joke's I've taken that too far. Getting back to focusing on the game here. You've done a good job at differentiating foreground from background. Like I appreciate the background art, and I can clearly tell like what I can stand on, what I can't stand on. Sometimes that becomes a bit of an issue with a limited color palette. Is it not being clear exactly what you can stand on? Huh. This is definitely a game that. Oh no! I was doing so well. Okay, we've got in the chat here. Oh no, I have no respite here to read chat. Woods Pixel, yeah, avid Pokemon Mystery Dungeon fan. I haven't actually played any of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. I've just listened to the soundtrack via compilations on YouTube. Because that's what I do when I game dev. I listen to music from other video games because if I'm programming, I can't focus on. If there's lyrics in the music, it distracts me from the programming. So. So if I'm not climbing on a rope and these things hit me, is there any downside to it? Doesn't seem to be, it just kind of nudges me. Oh. I appreciate that there seems to be like a small invulnerability window where you can't get refrozen, and I really do appreciate that. Oh no, I got too close to the top of the screen. You know, I wish I had more to say, but unfortunately I just can't clear this part of the game. And with the games that I intend to cover over this next sort of rough chunk of time between now and 1 o'clock, I've got a few that I've promised to check out, and I can only devote so much time because this is also sort of my lunchtime. So I'm going to give this one more honest shot, and then I'm going to have to pause for another 5-minute break while I nab a few more bites of lunch, and then we will be back with another game. Still not ones that I'm not taking any suggestions from chat for games just yet. As I said, I do have a fixed schedule of games, and I have promised other people who have submitted their games since yesterday to try those games out. But you know, if you like the way that I'm presenting my feedback on these games, then I will endeavor to do some more streams, and then I will accept more feedback. Or I will accept more suggestions for games to try, and I will try them on stream. I can't promise that I'm going to be able to go back in chat right now, but if you message me in Discord or something, some more permanent way that I can access the messages rather than just going back through the Twitch stream chat. Oh no. Uh-oh, I'm about to time out. So close. Okay, well, yes, Woods Pixel, your game, Asterisk, is going to be the last one that I have on the schedule today. The full schedule is going to be visible when I bring up the BRB screen while I take my quick lunch break, because no one wants to see me eating on stream. That's not a good audio or visual experience for everyone. All right, I've given this as much of a shot as I can. I'm clearly not very good at it, it's just a rather challenging game. All well put together. You know, I don't have any like criticisms other than the fact that maybe the difficulty ramps up a bit too quickly, which, you know, it isn't necessarily a criticism. It's just the only thing I can really bring to mind to say of like, it got a little too challenging for me too quickly. Without that feeling that I can actually make progress and get better at the game, you know, you can just have checkpoints that are a little more evenly spaced. That way it doesn't feel like you're repeating as much of the same game. So I guess that's the last bit of advice that I will end off on here. But yeah, overall, well put together, well done, everyone on the team. The link I'm going to put again in chat so everyone else can check it out. And thank you very much for your submission. We are going to be back in just about 5 minutes, and then I will be trying a new game. So thanks all for watching, and we'll see you soon. All right, hello, I am back, and I was asked yesterday to try out this game, Digging Hive Builder. So I'm gonna give it a shot right now. If I can just get the file extracted. Right, it's the one named Windows, because that's what everybody does, is they name their games either the name of the jam or the build version. Let's see. I said to extract. Come on. This is a Unity project. I can see that. Ludum Dare 48.exe. I can't see where the exe extracted to. That's very odd. There we go. It's going on my primary monitor. Let's see, is there a way to unfull screen this, bring it over here, and then reduce the resolution to that of my secondary monitor here? Well, you know, I guess that's going to work if I click full screen. There we go. Let's switch this to 1280 by 800. There we go. That's looking a little bit better. It's going to be a little cut off on the top and the bottom on the stream, but overall I think the resolution is a little happier this way. So, okay, let's give this a shot. Here we go. WASD to move, get material E. Okay. Oh, it's replenishing. Oh, okay, that's the flower replenishing. So I guess you can only collect from a finite number. Well, you have to wait for the flower to replenish before you can get them. Try it again. I guess if you've got this mechanic where you have to hold down a button to extract material from something, I would question, why is it necessary to do that? Why do I have to hold the button down? Is there, is there any like time pressure that's preventing me from doing this? And is there anything you could do to make it so you just press the button and then have to wait a fixed amount of time? Like why just from a like game accessibility standpoint, there are people who have trouble like holding inputs down for a extended period of time. So unless you have a particularly good reason why a button needs to be held down, okay, I think I've hit both edges of the screen here. If I keep going up, is there anything up here? Not as far as I can tell. Okay, well let me read the instructions because I seem to have hit a wall. Left click is place down, right click is destroy. Okay, let's try that. What can I left click what though? What can I click and destroy? 1, 2, 3 is switch. Oh, okay. So I can switch between the things on my hotbar here. Is there? Oh, okay. I'm placing eggs. Okay. I think those are eggs. I don't know. I'm assuming they're roughly like egg shaped. Okay, and I'm now nudging eggs. Can I destroy the eggs by right clicking them, or do I just? Any other information? Collect materials, create eggs. Yeah, I did that. Eggs must be built on honeycomb. Well, honeycomb must be on the ground. You just nurture your eggs. Once the eggs hatch, the bees do the collecting and nurturing themselves. Okay, well, we still can't tell how to place honeycomb. Am I lacking material, or is there just something else that I'm missing? I see like a little count in the corner of the screen there, but maybe there's some more information on the itch.io page. No. Okay. I'm sorry, but it doesn't seem like I can figure out what to do in this game. I don't know how to place the honeycomb, so I can't really proceed any further. Yeah, I guess other than the tip about the accessibility for like holding buttons down, is there any information? No, just the settings. Okay. Um, yeah, okay. Well, White Race, I'm sorry I couldn't figure the game out. I I guess that in itself is a bit of feedback. Is there's if the critical mechanic of the game is being able to place honeycomb, I don't know what I was doing wrong. I was trying to left and right click and press buttons. Um, Having the hotbar there, I definitely would recommend enabling using the scroll wheel to scrub through those, just because it's kind of an instinct from playing Minecraft and other similar games where you have hotbars. So, I'm sorry, I guess that's all I have to give in terms of feedback on this particular game for now. Um, so, since I've got a bit of extra time, I do have at least two more games that I'm going to be playing between now and um, the 1:30 time slot, and the next interview is only at 2 o'clock. But I've been saying that I wasn't going to take games from chat, but nonetheless, people have been submitting them. I will scroll back up and grab the topmost game that was submitted in chat. Um, Assuming that Fibonacci is still here, I will try that game out after I come back from another quick 5-minute break. Otherwise, the next person who is still in chat, I will try out their game. If you are able to get in touch with me on Discord and we can coordinate a sort of last second interview, that would be awesome. You can send me a friend request on Discord. There's my Discord name in the chat. Yes, Rushy Bacon. Thank you for jumping in there. If you're up for joining in a conversation on Discord as a sort of impromptu thing, then we can do that after the next 5-minute break. So thanks everyone for continuing to participate, and yeah, we'll be back in just about 5 minutes once I've finished my lunch. All right, see everyone soon. All right, and we are back. Brushy Bacon, if you are still in chat, yeah, Elevator. I've actually seen this game on stream, and it looks really cool. So I'm looking forward to trying it out. Yeah, let's get this going, I guess. Please let me know if I should endeavor to download the exe or whether it's going to be fine to just play in browser. It's definitely easier for me to just play out of browser. And I guess in the meantime, it's pretty recently in chat, but just for everyone else, I will drop this link in there. And this is, yeah, it's the next game that we're playing, assuming that we hear back from Rushy Bacon. Otherwise, let's see, is there anyone else who's submitted games to be played? Just Fibonacci from earlier. All right, hello. Hello, Rushy Bacon. So could you tell me, should I be downloading an exe or is it going to be fine to play in browser? You know, I'm down to play the game whatever way you would recommend is best. Should download. Okay, let's do that. All right. I guess while I'm unpacking that download, rather, could you mention what is this made in? Is this Unity or extract files? Yeah, it's made in Unity. Okay, I guess I could have surmised that from the fact that there's the Unity distribution files. Okay, and yeah, this is the. You recommend reading the description. Okay, so use the elevator, go to hell, and fight Lucifer and his demons. You don't have to draw every time; only draw when demons nearby. Okay. Your main goal is to keep going down to fight the boss. Keep the generator working. All right. So, am I correct in my understanding that you're going to be fighting various demons, and the way you sort of make the demons go away, sort of temporarily, is to complete the symbol on the wall behind you? Okay. So it's not like strictly keep drawing constantly, it's just do that to invoke the demon keep away. All right. Yeah, it's not always possible to kind of inject this information into a game. That's what descriptions are for, is to help game jams. Okay, so how to play. To skip the intro, you can power the generator for the elevator to go down and it will automatically skip. Use A and D to move around. Stay out of demon's reach. To go down faster and dodge incoming spikes, keep power the generator. Space to interact with the generator. Fill the shape on the wall to cast spells against the demons. Get to the bottom and defeat Lucifer to win. Okay. So, yeah, all right. I believe that's everything I need to know. Let's see. Does the game handle full screen on a secondary monitor? Beautiful. Excellent. Wait, that's the wrong game. They're both just named Windows. Um, what happened there? Oh no, one is named Build. Okay, my bad. Extract files. I know that is a common complaint among streamers that people should rename their files. Here we go. This one's actually named elevator.exe. That's another good tip, that it's the right game. Okay, so once again, it's opened on my primary monitor. But let's see if I can. Oh, it really doesn't want to resize, huh? All right, sorry. I'm going to be playing the version out of. Yeah, I did use Alt Enter, but that took it out of full screen, but it won't resize to my secondary monitor. So I'm going to have to play the web build instead. But everyone else can download the exe and try that for themselves. It's just to do with my setup. I'm sorry. But yes, N key to start. Quick reminder before you go down there. Once you're in hell, there's no way back. We can only give you spiritual signal through the wall to fight Lucifer and his demons. Use your mouse to draw the spiritual shape. Ooh, I like the way that it sort of bleeds as you go. I should probably be reading that. Okay, great job. You can move around with A and D. Okay, in fixed increments. See that generator over there? The elevator need power in order to function. Walk next to the generators, use space. Okay, so that's giving it juice. Try to stay out of reach of those demons. Yeah. Okay. So it's a bit of a like stress management. You'll see X mark, use the generator to go faster to dodge. Okay. The incoming spikes. Alright, so very much a stress management. Move left, move right, power generator, and then draw the symbols on the wall to avoid the demons. Does the generator have an indicator for... I guess I should just always keep it topped up, or is there something that's indicating... consider all of the shapes to be spiritual? I don't think so. I think that I've seen this and... Oh, that killed me immediately. Okay. The exclamation mark is go away. Yeah, okay. Any key to start. Oh! Alright. Should I just keep powering up the generator? Is there any point to doing this? You still have to power it frequently. Okay. I may as well just keep doing it until I'm in danger. Dodge. Do I have to make you go away by this? Okay. Alright, so that kills you both. So the demons will sort of like build up on screen until I complete a drawing. That didn't count that because I took too long. The skills of an artist. And that's just sort of stuck there now. Okay, good, reset. How much do I need to be? Okay, that's good enough. I make it fun. Anyone familiar with Homestar Runner, Strong Bad? I think that was a pretty decent cross. You're not giving that one to me? Okay. Alright. I'm going to be a little more precise. I have a tablet. I'm literally... My secondary monitor is a tablet. I could just use that and maybe have some better degree of success. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's do that. There's my dragon, Kaiser. Now let's see how the other students are doing. I can't do a very good Strong Bad voice, but I hope it gets the point across. Yeah, there we go. Dear Strong, can you draw a dragon? I want to see your skills of an artist. Uh-oh. Well, I can't power the generator. Oh, but I need to power the generator now, because there's an X and it's going to kill me. X. Oh, can I? No, it killed me. Heck. I'm... Okay. Good Jorb. Thank you. You missed the last part of the cross. Oh, okay. I didn't draw it completely enough. All right, I'll give this another shot. Can I use my tablet? Is this hooked up? It is. The only problem is I can't, well, maybe I can. This is going to be weird. I don't think there's any, well, you know what? Maybe I am giving myself an unfair advantage. Oh, I killed myself. That's the only problem is that using my hand to draw on the tablet, I block the screen, then I can't see the exclamation marks warning me about the demons. So I will use a mouse, as I'm sure is going to be most people's experience with this game. All right. Okay. So how many people worked on this project? Perhaps you can answer some questions of mine, even if you can't participate over Discord. Just me. Oh wow. So this is a solo project. Did you use any pre-existing assets, like where was the music or anything like pre-made, or is this all completely made for the jam? Made it all from scratch. That's super impressive. Yeah, okay, I mean, like, I acknowledge that the music's not terribly complex, but it's still very fitting for the experience. For the compo submission, well, excellent job. Right, I suppose that's the whole point of, like, working independently, creating everything yourself. Oh, look at that. That's the prettiest blood spiral you ever did see. Alright. I said consummate vis. Consummate vis. I was too busy trying to draw an X in a weird way to make a strained Homestar reference. Oh, your team abandoned you? I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I mean, too bad for them. You made an amazing game without them. Yeah, I guess if you have a preference, do you prefer to work as a team or do you work by yourself? Alright, let's try... Yeah, I guess that's the thing about working with a team is you either have someone who's the dedicated idea person or you have different people like trying to collaboratively work together on and like coming up with an idea. It's tough to sort of find the balance of like making sure everyone's happy. I definitely have worked on a game jam in the past where we sort of had like a very design by committee game, and it didn't turn out super well because we were trying to make everyone happy, and you know that can't always work out that way. You know, I'm sorry that they said that your idea was terrible. I mean, like, I'm playing it right now. It's not a terrible idea. Don't know if that counts. It still counts. All right. Oh, I see people in chat mentioning the quote-unquote other symbol. I think I know what it is because I've seen the game played on other live streams, so I'm aware of some variety of symbolism that is in this game. That's not the best. How did you do the? How did you do this drawing effect? Like, is this? I know this is. So you said this is done in Unity, but okay. Am I just sort of like filling a certain number of pixels? Okay. Yeah, it's checking for precision. Okay. I gotta say, like, in terms of you saying that people said that this was a terrible idea or whatever, like, sometimes it's not necessarily that, and that's not fair. Like, no one should inherently say, like, oh, that's a terrible idea, we should never do that or whatever. So, I'm not trying to give your teammates the benefit of the doubt for if they said that, but on the other hand, I do know that there's a, oh boy, move. I do know that there is a... shoot, so close. I do know that sometimes it's just hard to get your idea across, and like sometimes the reason that people can't understand, or they think that your idea isn't good because they don't fully understand it. And I'm not saying that that's what happened in this case, but I have had that experience personally. I wanted to say that, just throw that out there as a possibility. Again, maybe I'm giving your teammates too much of a benefit of the doubt. You clearly, buckled down and made a great game all by yourself without their help. I'm going to give this one more solid shot, and then I'm going to have to take another quick break before resuming at 1 o'clock. So I'll play Until I Die, and then we're going to have to call it there. Indeed, the idea did not suck. And like I said, if they, maybe they were out of line in the way that they were saying that the idea wasn't good. Like if they were using language like the idea sucked or whatever, then that's, immature of them. And there are like more constructive ways to deal with that. Like if someone says that they don't understand your idea, or, it doesn't do anyone any good to just outright say your idea sucks. That's just immature. That's not giving the idea a fair shot. Did you make the sound effects with BFXR by any chance? It's not very precise. So I'm wondering when I draw the ketchup on the wall here, if I can get away with like just painting it like crazy, or did is it checking for not having too much stuff going in the wrong spots? I made it by recording, edit the loop in Audition. Uh-oh. That's what I get for taking my eyes off the stream for even a second. All right, well, we are pretty close to 12:55 here. I'm going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back at 1 o'clock. There are still 2 more games that I have promised to play other people's games, but I am still willing to take at least one more suggestion from the chat, even if it's just for like a short increment of time. Yeah, totally Rushy Bacon, great job on the game. I'm going to post this once again in the chat for other people to try out. Web version still totally worked fine, so that's definitely download the exe if you want. I'm sure like a smoother experience, but didn't seem like it was. And yes, I will rate it. I will rate every game that I play on stream. I'm just not going to be rating anything on stream, just as a general rule. Yeah, I hope that I've been able to give you some good feedback on your game, and I'm going to be back in just about 5 minutes, so I will see everyone there. If somebody who is in chat can recommend a game that they would like me to try, it can be your own. All I care about is that you are here to participate, answer some questions, keep the discussion going. Yeah, we will see everybody in just about 5 minutes. right, how do you like that for timing? It is 1 o'clock and we are back. Anyone who's in chat is welcome to drop a suggestion for a game that they would like me to try. But in the meantime, the next game that I am going to try is this one that I was recommended yesterday. It is called Depot Drop, and I'm going to put the link in chat here. I clicked on the link in chat instead of clicking on the message field. There we go. So this is Depot Drop by Pipachi. Not exactly sure how the user would like their name pronounced, but let's give this a try. Okay, WSD to move, spacebar to jump, left click for bullets, right click for flares, spacebar restarts on death. Okay, 5 lives, and I do believe we've got a WebGL build, which just for sake of simplicity, I'm going to try that first. Boy, all right. Can you check the back? Yes, because the back is the, as everyone knows, the magical realm from which everything that a store does not have immediately in display. Everything, they just keep it in the back for spite. Okay, interesting. So your bullets follow this very specific trajectory. Ah, okay. So I blew up the garbage. Oh. Alright, right click is flares. Do I have a limited quantity of flares? I hope not. Or maybe they just last a certain amount of time. Ooh! Ah! Ah! Can I only damage... Ooh! Can I only damage these guys when it's lit? Ah! It looks like I can only damage them when it's lit. I feel like I've taken damage. I might be on the brink of death here. Huh. Can I spam these flares? Seems like. Doesn't seem to be any limits to the amount of light sources that I can... I really love the pixel art. Like, it's really, really cute, goopy. Everything's got a lot of motion to it. Feels very like natural and alive. Oh boy! Oh, big boy! Got a boss battle in our hands. Oh my gosh! The animation quality is great on that. Oh. Plug him. Like, I wish it wasn't so dark so that I could see the animation a little better. Oh. Oh, that was it. That was my 5th life. Okay. Gonna give it one more attempt, and then I'll move on to somebody else's game. I guess if I had one recommendation, it would be being able to see the arc that your shots are going to take, because like it's all well and good that you've got this fixed arc for the projectiles. Like it really forces you to be like you're either here or you're there. You're aiming to one side or the other. But just because I have the that I'm aiming with the mouse, I think I still took damage there. You know, you're definitely adhering to the rule of keeping the player lit no matter what, which is good because you don't ever want to lose track of where you are on the screen. But yeah, I would almost wonder whether, like, I love the fact that you can see their eyes. Like, that's a great hint. And it's not like my secondary monitor doesn't have the best contrast, so I might be having a little bit of trouble. I'm not sure what it looks like on stream. Pretty dark, I imagine. But, okay, boss battle, here we go. I think I have slightly more health this time going in. Ooh, that seemed to do something. Maybe, maybe not. No, I think it was just coincidence. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, I think I've just lost all the lives. Oh boy. Okay. When you've got an enemy that's as damage spongy as this boss here, okay. Just knowing what their health is going to be would really help. Like, some sort of meter or bar to give me a sense of progress. Oh, am I dead or am I'm dead? Alright. Well, I gave it my best shot, and I don't know, if there's more past that boss battle, I'll have to come back to this at some point. Maybe when I'm not on stream. But yeah, that's my feedback on Depot Drop. Do check it out, because it's if nothing else, like, love the aesthetics. The music's a great fit. Art and animation by this person here. I don't want to mispronounce that. And then the music and effects were done by another person. Okay, so the 3-person team, well done. We're gonna call it there for now and move on to another person. Okay, and Inside the Box by Icy Lava, who is joining us on the stream here. Give this a shot. And all right, spiritual successor to Outside the Box. Use arrow keys or WASD. Find and collect the 3 keys to escape. Alt enter for full screen. Used framework, Love 2D. Cool. Music. All right, let's download the file because, yes, we got... I guess that's the only limitation of using Love 2D is that it doesn't create a HTML5 build of your game. Makes it a little easier to bring up, but that's fine. I'll just... Oh, I hit extract here. There's a million files on my desktop now. Oh, well. Okay, so Alt-Enter, and we can bring this over to secondary monitor. There we go. And Alt-Enter. There we go. Space to begin. Okay. So, is that coming across a little loud? It sounds like it might be a little loud. I'm going to turn that down. Oh, right, because it's not coming out of Firefox. It's coming out of its own audio source. There we go. Okay. So, I have to WASD to... Ooh. Move. Okay. So that moves me up automatically. I have to collect the 3 keys to advance, though. Okay, so that will stop me. So it's a little... I guess the sort of analogy that I can come up with for a game in this style is those puzzles in the Pokemon games with we are sliding across ice. That's sort of just automatically what I think of. Oh boy, you're giving me the option to like move to different levels. So both of these are just going to push me back to here. And this is going to push me back to here. If I go off the screen... Ah, interesting. Okay. So if I go this way, then I leave and I come into level 9. I get a key. Oh boy, and now I can go this way. I like that. I like that it's very intuitive. Which, by the way, I wanted to mention, Chris19191, thank you for the follow. I saw that you followed just before the stream started. There's D. And we haven't got C yet, so can I go back in here? I feel like this is a game where having a mental map of what's going on would be insanely helpful. And unfortunately for me... Okay, well I can do this now. Ah, okay, so I'm here. Oh boy, this is gonna push my brain to the limits of remembering. Well, I have to leave out of one of the directions. That sends me back. If I go down, that sends me out. And I think I can go this way now. Yes, this is a new level. Okay, Icy Lava, you gotta level with me. Can you keep this whole thing in your, like a mental map? Because this is very daunting. Okay, so that takes me out of level. Going up this way. From there, I can only move to there, so I can go up. And that's different. And there's the X key over there, which I have to get to from where, though? Move down. So I can move over and then up, then down, then over to here. From here, both of these will kick me back to this place, which is a dead end. Going down is a dead end, going right. There we go, that's what I gotta do. So, what did I just say? This, then down, then up, then over. Alright. And now that's gonna kick me out. Alright. Haven't memorized it completely. Well, if you haven't, then how on earth do you expect me to? Okay, I've just... Whoa, oh, whoa. Okay, so there's Y. So now I'm back to level 1, but I can only descend for it. Are there actually 26 keys corresponding with the 26 letters of the alphabet? Because that would be insane to try to remember everything. Euler Moises, hello. Oh, this is the long string of levels that all kick me out. There is... I'm only playing people's games for a brief period of time before going back to my regularly scheduled interviews. In fact, I'm probably going to have to cut this game relatively short just because I've got at least 2 more people's games that I promised to play before the next person joins me for a Discord call. So, okay, Icy Lava says it's only A through G and then X, Y, Z. Okay. Well, this seems like a dead end, so I've already cleared this out. That kicks me back, so I have to leave through a different vector. Let's try this. Ooh, level 9's empty. Ah, but it's just an excuse to go in a different direction. So if I keep going this direction, then I go... Nope, right back in. Alright. It's not that long. Well, it might not be that long, but if you get lost like I do, then you know, I'm sorry that I cannot necessarily play it to completion, but I think there is I've hit the limit on what I can remember where I have and haven't gone. I don't know if I probably tried going down. Yeah, I did. Okay, there's the F key. But I don't know how to... Well, that's the F lock. I don't have the F key. Oh no, this is kicking me out to several levels. Like, it's a really cool idea, but I wouldn't know what the main area is. If I go to the right, is there anything? No, it just hits the wall. Alright. I'm sure people who know where I'm supposed to go... Well, you said down. Oh, okay. There we go. That's one of the keys that I needed. I don't suppose there's anything else I can do here. No, it just kicks me back in. Now I can go this... Nope. Okay, back in. Nope, I've done the same thing again. do I get to... Well, I don't know if I can. Or at least not yet. Okay. I'm stumped. I'm not particularly good at puzzle games like this. I have a decently good spatial memory, but not while I'm streaming and talking at the same time. But this extra dimensionality of going in and out of levels kind of breaks that. Which I don't know if it's feedback you've gotten from anyone else, but it's just the way that my brain works. Thank you so much for submitting your game, and I will rate it after the fact. Thank you for saying that I'm doing well. Like, I feel like I've definitely cracked most of it, but I just start to I stopped losing track. I can't remember which levels I have or haven't gone into yet, and I don't know if there's any way you could easily visually signify that. I guess the numbers start to get a little abstract. I don't know if you could represent small versions of the levels in place of their numbered tiles or something like that. But then you start to have the problem of fractal, more and more, you're going deeper and deeper. But yeah, I'm stuck for now, so I'm gonna have to call it there, and I'm going to move on to the next game. But yes, everybody, please give Inside the Box a try. It's a very clever puzzle. I love the way that it implements the theme. I think that does that very successfully. But yeah, so I'm going to call that there. No break necessary this time. I've finished my lunch, so we're good to roll right into the next game, which is going to be... Okay, that one is coming up at 1:30. So in just the 15 minutes that I have remaining, I'm going to play this game that was submitted to me yesterday, Slappy Bird, and I will just notify the creator right now. Oh, okay, and then we've also got... all right. Pip, are you in chat? If you are, then I'm going to play... Well, actually, I will message the creator of this game as well. Because if you can join chat, that's definitely going to be my preference for being able to communicate with the developer while playing the game. I'm all for giving feedback to people who can't participate and can't be here, but if I don't get to either of these games right now, like if Pip is able to join, I might play their game now and then come back to JC Monkey's game, Sloppy Bird, later, because I believe they said that earlier in the day is not necessarily good for them. So, right. Let's go ahead and queue up Pip's game. No, wait, Depot Drop. No, I played that one already. Okay. Yeah, sorry if you didn't get to participate while I was playing it. But I'm gonna download Depot Drop. Oh, HTML5. Guess we're playing it that way. Sorry if that's not necessarily the ideal way to play the game, but I don't necessarily... The fewer EXEs I have on my desktop, the better. Especially these love games, which end up unpacking into so many DLLs.
Oh, look! A hole in my backyard. Must be Ludum Dare again. Let's see, the theme is deeper and deeper. Oh. Guess I better go down there and do some shit. Could have been worse. Theme could have been shelter.
All right. Sarcastic voice acting from, I'm guessing, voice acting is the Spork Bard. Okay. All right. No full screen, that's okay. We'll try control scroll, zooming in. I don't know if it likes that. Well, maybe. All right. All right, WSD to move, space to flap little wings, one jump uses one stamina, left mouse button to attack. Escape from menu. Stay on platforms with torches. Everything else kills you. Let the adventure begin. Okay. May take a second to load on slower PCs. Don't spam this. Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
I'll have that.
Oh.
You bastard! I
Checkmate?
have returned.
Okay, I guess I can attack this guy. I didn't realize I was going to be under attack. No? He's not coming for me this time? If I get close, is the... Yeah, okay, so...
Yeah.
Alright. No, it kills me.
Oh, that bloody hurt!
Alright,
I
so
have
checkmate.
returned.
Oh, okay, there's time counting up. For a second I was worried I was having a time counting
Yeah.
down. Because this is a first-person game, I'm having a little trouble gauging the distance to the enemy, and I also don't have a great sense of how far I can jump. I would definitely recommend putting players in a safe space where they can get a feel for
Oh, that bloody hurt!
how far they can jump before you
I
start
have returned.
putting death on the line as a consequence.
Yeah.
I guess, let's see.
Oh, that bloody hurt!
Can I jump more than one time?
I have returned.
Yes, I can. Okay. I just have limited stamina. Right.
Oh, I'll have that. Yeah.
Okay.
You
So,
bastard!
I thought I killed him. I guess there might have been an enemy behind me that killed me instead.
I have returned.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess this is just a matter of it's like first-person Flappy Bird. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Okay, got him. No other enemies in sight. I'm not.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that bloody hurt!
Okay. I think, I'm sure there's more to this game, but I think I don't know if I'm necessarily going to get far enough to see it. So I think with the feedback that I've given, I'm going to have to call it there. And thank you for submitting all the same. And I'll be sure to... Oh, there is much more to it. Like, I can see... It's a shame that this is all that I saw of the game. It just... First-person platforming is not my forte. Difficult to do well at the best of times. Most games usually default to an over-the-shoulder perspective if they're going to be having the character do platformer. Yeah, okay, Flappy Bird meets Celeste, have a child with a 3D platformer. Escape from menu, slap. Yeah, okay, well, I did my best. I will have to get around to leaving feedback after the end of today's stream. Thank you for submitting all the same. Let's see, is there anyone else in chat who has suggested a game for me to try, or am I going to move on to... Yes, hello, Pip. I tried your game earlier on the stream. I made it to the boss battle, but that was about as far as I could get. I didn't beat the boss. I'm not sure how much more there was to the game after that. Let's see. I do have... Maybe I have a little more time to give it one more try now that you're here. So let's do that. Let's open up. So I remember it... Well, what was at the top there? Yeah, 5 lives. And there's the boss battle. I don't know if that's the end of the game, but let's try one more time. Once more into the breach and all that. You didn't get to hear me gushing over how adorable the art was. But yeah, the main recommendation that I had was just giving some maybe like a targeting reticle for where, because it looks like I'm aiming up and down. Can I actually influence the direction that my shots are going in? Okay, it looks like I have a just limited control over it. So yeah, if there is in fact control beyond just left right, then an arc would definitely help. It seems like the flares are physics objects themselves, which I can kind of sort of hide behind, because they interact with the enemies, which I guess are also physics objects. Ah, okay, there's the... Oh, I bumped into him. There we go. What am I doing? Okay. I know the boss telegraphs their attacks, but it's still very hard to tell. There's one attack he does where he just like charges right at you. I think it's that. No? Maybe? Oh, he's just teleporting? Or did I get it? Oh, I got it. Okay, cool. Well, this is farther than I made it from the last time I played the game on the stream, I guess, having had a little bit of experience. Alright. Oh boy. The design of these levels seems a little familiar. Did you do the same sort of thing that I did, where you have a couple of levels that, whoa, you just ramp up the difficulty? Okay, so there isn't anything special after the boss, it just gets harder. Okay, so that's, yeah, you did end up doing something similar to what I did with my Ludum Dare game, which is just to increment the number of enemies. Cool. But yeah, the stream will be available for like the standard amount of time on Twitch. I'm only archiving the interview that I'm doing. Oh boy. So yeah, you should be able to watch it on Twitch for the 2 weeks just to see my initial round of feedback. And then, ooh, okay, I'm dead. I'm sad that I never get back. You know, is the secret that I should just... Okay, no, there's an invisible wall here. Turns out shooting customers is frowned upon. Who would have thought? But yeah, thank you so much for... yeah, no, it's tough to have enough time to add in all the things you want. But thank you so much for suggesting the game. It's definitely one of my favorites that I've played so far. I love the art and the music. And yeah, the gameplay is quite solid as well. So, you know, even if you didn't have time to implement more stuff, then don't feel bad. Still made a great jam game. All right. So, let's see. At 1:30, which is exactly what the time that it is now, I'm going to be playing this game here, Ocelot Safari. I'm just going to message the developer to find out if they are going to be able to participate in chat. Hello. Okay. Ready for a call. Yes, okay, they are ready. Excellent. Patching you through. Hello?
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
I mean, I could have welcomed you to your stream also. It just felt like hello was a better response, you know?
No problem. All right. So why don't you introduce yourself while I get the game started here?
Sure. I'm Chancellor. I love Pico 8. It's really great. I found it actually last year, which is sort of crazy to me because I've made a lot of stuff in it since then. And that's what this is made in. I like making small stuff, but I've never really done a big jam like this before. I attempted Ludum Dare 47 and just like was not satisfied at all with the thing that I made in a couple hours and then just sort of gave up. But I am mostly satisfied with this one and pretty happy with how it turned out. So that's exciting.
Okay. All right. So here's a GIF showing how to use each tool. That cuts in this pattern. That breaks in that pattern. This cuts the trees, and this is that setting things on fire?
Yeah.
Yes, light a fire by bumping matches into wood. Okay.
Yeah, that's the important one.
All right. You know, I'm fascinated by oh yes, drag with I see. Okay, and then I can push this into things to break it. All right, and then pushing this. Right, I need a axe to cut. Ah, and then that produces wood, and then I can burn down the wood with some matches.
Exactly.
Who says playing with matches isn't fun? I mean, you know.
Yeah, that was my main goal, was just to be a bad influence on kids.
So now, is this lit up? Is that what the little squares are to indicate here?
Yeah. It's not super relevant yet. One of the main things I would like to have added, but didn't have the time, was a tutorial. But the fire is important at night. That's a day-night cycle there at the bottom.
Okay. Uh-oh. Yeah, thank you for adding the ability to drag, because I can imagine how this would get incredibly easy to, like, lose your tools and then not be able to recover them. Ooh, I found some ore? All right. You know, I gotta say, one of the things about Pico 8 that is the most fascinating to me is the way that it stores the game in a little, like, image of a cartridge.
Yeah, it's super cool. Oh, it's like the least significant bits of the color values. They encode the whole game in there. It's great.
Yeah, I remember when it first came out, I was out with some developer friends, and we were speculating like how exactly did they do it, and we yeah, if I can talk, we were able to kind of puzzle it out. We realized that, like, yeah, in fact, there's some very subtle color variation in the gray of the cartridge.
Oh, nice. That's fun. Yeah, you can definitely see it well on the gray, but it's across the entire image.
Yeah, okay. So I think I took damage there. Was that from being exposed to the darkness? Like, do I have to stay in the light?
Yep.
Okay.
That is correct. It's a dangerous jungle out there. Careful.
Part of the tutorial that I didn't have a chance to try out.
Yeah. Part of the tutorial I didn't have a chance to make.
Well, yeah, game jam, right?
Yep.
So, you mentioned that you participated in the previous Ludum Dare. Is this your second Ludum Dare then?
Yep.
Okay, cool. And have you participated in any other game jams aside from that?
Yeah, let's see. I did the Chain Letter Jam that's been on Twitter recently, and had a real great time with that. That's it's like a chain letter, an email, right? And
right.
You make a game, and then you nominate some people. It's like forwarding the email, and then they make a game based on your game, in a bit of a telephone sort of style. It was really fun. I also did the last December the Drucken's Variety Mega Jam, which is make 10 games in 10 days, like just ridiculous. Ridiculous jam statement there, but I had a great time with that and was surprised with like what I was able to make. I thought it would be way worse, but I was pretty pleased with a couple of them.
Yeah, I think that's a like absolutely crazy. I don't. I remember talking to Draken about that, and it's like, oh no, sorry, wait. It's not that I was. I think we were on the 10mg server because Draken and I participated in the 10mg effort, which is a few developers cooperating to make games that were 10 minutes long. And I cut this wood just in time for night. That is good.
Nice.
Can I grab these matches? There we go. Yeah, and then I saw like shortly after the 10mg game released on Steam, Draken had the idea to used it as inspiration for a game jam was to make like 10 games that are all
Mhm.
super short, or rather just like a game a day, which sort of necessitates being
Yeah.
short.
Yeah, no, I made an MMORPG with crafting. No, yeah, they were super short for sure.
For a second, I couldn't tell you were being sarcastic. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, Pico 8's really great, man. Y'all should try it. It gives you all sorts of tools.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess moving on with the questions here. Did you how did you decide what you're going to make for the jam?
So I like searched Ludum Dare on Twitch, and some people are doing some fun pre-streams of like, I'm gonna look at every category and choose to make something in advance. Like, oh, that's smart. That's like those old essay prompts from high school. And then I didn't do that. And like, maybe I should do that, but actually it's an hour until the jam, and I just want to make a little palette picker in Pico 8 because I'm excited with the palette recently. So I'm just gonna do that. Deeper and Deeper is the jam name. Immediate Thoughts, Downwell, Motherload. Actually, my main project it's pretty similar to like Patrick's Parabox, and that would work perfectly for this. But I didn't want to do that for this. It's like I want to do a fun jam thing, not my main project. Went through my big project file or my ideas file. I just have a giant text file where I dump ideas when I have them, no matter how bad they are, and it's been pretty nice. Got a couple ideas from that, like a 3D snake game that you dig down as you are a snake. I don't know.
No. No.
You have reached the ocelots.
How do I get that back? You jerk.
Oh, I'm sure you can beat it. It's fine. Yeah, the
Oh, he's
Safari.
gone. Oh, okay.
He's not gonna let you get that. He wants your tool. What do you think he's gonna do? Just stick around? Oh, look at that! How lucky.
Yeah. All right, I've got some wood cut for the night. So I'm guessing this is the sort of pre-night phase where you're still kind of good to move around, and then it's after this where it starts to get dark and dangerous.
Yep. Yeah, this is just like a warning, like, hey, night's coming.
Okay. Don't you dare. All right.
Yeah, so the idea I eventually that seeded this game eventually was I wanted to see if it could be interesting to make a game with like items. I mean these tools, right? But without an inventory and without like a use item button.
Mm-hmm.
So like I mean, as you're experiencing, you only just walk around, and there's a drag button that sort of helps you use your items, but you use them by walking, not by pressing X or whatever.
Yeah, it sort of turns the whole world into this quasi like block pushing puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I guess the goal is to just venture deeper into the jungle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, I'm just realizing that little red line on the bottom of the screen is like my progress, and I have made next to no progress.
Actually, that's the day-night cycle.
Okay.
I wish I put a progress bar on, but you know, jam.
Okay, it was just coincidental that I was moving back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, because the other thing that reminded me of like the picking up tools and using them was that game. It's not Derailed. Is it Derailed? The like cooperative train track building game.
Like
maybe
like you get put in
or something.
stone, and you like build a better boiler on your train and that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I don't know the name, but I know that.
Yeah, it was popular with some streamers for a little while, just because I guess it's a fun co-op thing you can play, and right. So no. Okay. I'm going to have to pull open my Gestalt Shift. Thank you for the follow. Let me pull open my questions here. Okay. So, was there any particularly clever hack or shortcut that you needed to use on this game jam that you wouldn't use for a regular project?
Honestly, not really. Game jams are interesting because there's a fixed ending that's coming very soon, and so like I said, I should back up. Like when you write code, you want to make all the bottom layers of your code nice and sturdy so you can build bigger, cooler stuff on top of it.
Yep.
But the last layer is always just a shifty mudslide mess that's like just get it shipped, right?
Yep.
And with game jams, it's like there's only maybe one layer underneath that. So like in that sense, there is some dirty code and some like weird functions that I just shoved a bunch of extra stuff in because one place needed them. But on the other hand, I feel like that's sort of normal. I just got to the last layer really quickly compared to a bigger project.
Yeah, I think that's kind of to be expected.
Yep.
So is there any sort of like overall progress indication for how far I've made it?
There is not.
Okay.
I could tell you if you'd like.
Well, I don't know. I'll just keep playing and see how far I get,
Okay.
just sort of naturally.
The rivers are sort of a progress indication. There's not too many of them.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate that it's like pretty much a game that you can take at your own pace. Like, do you recover your health over time?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not necessarily a question of like you're not going to like if you take the game what am I trying to say here? Like you're not necessarily in danger of dying if you take it slow enough, which is there was a game that I was playing by Sheep Evolution earlier, which was kind of similar in the vein of you can sort of push your luck to try to progress through the game more quickly. And even my own game is built on this idea like you can go a little bit more slowly and you won't have to worry about dying, but you can speed run it if you want to. But yeah, I appreciate that it's something that I can divert just enough brain power to be asking questions as well as playing. Was there anything that you needed to cut or change in order to finish the game on time?
Oh yeah, a whole lot. I mean, I guess this is a good time as any to describe like there's the MDA. What is that? Mechanics, dynamics, aesthetic, right? That's like a game design framework of like anyway, I was going for a particular aesthetic of like how it feels to play the game, which is you're like pushing deeper and deeper into the jungle, but the further you get, the more difficult it becomes to do anything because like you have to stay at the fire at night and these ocelots are all over the place taking your tools, and then when they do, you have to go all the way back to the start to pick them up again, and that wastes so much of the day to get back. And then the goal was for that to be like chop down some trees and some rocks and like build a little enclave for yourself that the ocelots can't get into. Or something I realized while developing is you could build it in the middle of a lake or a river and it works pretty well. And so that was the overall goal, like do that, and then at the very end of the jungle there's like some MacGuffin that you pick up, and then the volcano erupts and you have to run all the way back and have a nice little victory sequence, and none of that is in the game. There is an ending MacGuffin, but you just sort of get it and then you win. The tutorial is a big thing that I would have liked to have added, just because it's not, this is a weird experimental game. It's not a standard like, oh yes, this is clearly a platformer. And then music would have been great, but I just didn't budget my time, Jam game, first one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not really, but yeah.
It's tough, definitely, to have enough time for everything. It's just something that you build up. Like something that I've discussed with a few developers so far today is just the idea that like, yeah, that the more jam games you make, the more you get this sense for what you can finish. Oh, my matches were stolen. What you can finish within a given period of time.
Yeah, that seems very true. At the beginning, it was strange. Like, I just looked at my Git history just now to remind myself of what happened in that haze of 48 hours. And I spent a while just like getting the movement code working. Um, like you can sort of queue inputs up if you tap like a really fast sequence of inputs. I think it is worth it, just not very noticeable at all. What am I saying? Nope, lost my train of thought. I don't know.
Are you still feeling the effects of the jam?
Maybe.
I need those matches to live. Don't you dare. All right, let's light a second fire before it becomes too dark. This sort of like too no.
Oh, what's gonna happen? Oh, goodbye.
Yeah, they're gone. Yeah, I was halfway through saying this 2-fire strategy is working so well for me, and then like both my tools got stolen in short succession. Where did you get the idea for these mischievous little ocelots?
I don't know. I like cats. I was making another Pico 8 program recently, like a little drawing program that I called Dross a lot for no reason, because I don't know, thought it was a fun name, and that was just in my brain, I guess. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Well, do you have any plans for the project moving forward?
Not big plans, but I think I do want to keep working on it a bit because I don't feel like I don't feel like I totally satisfied my goals of like. I mean, I did make a game based on this weird inventory system, and that was cool. But I didn't like a lot of the last day was like trying to make it fun and trying to make it not boring to just like do more jungle. And I don't know that I totally succeeded there, and I'd like to work at that a bit more. It was interesting reflecting on it. I made another game, the Chain Letter Jam game recently. That one sort of started when I had the idea. I was like, oh yeah, that seems like a great idea, and it sort of kept being that good in my mind till the end, and like it was that good from the start, and I was just chipping away the marble off the top of it or whatever.
Okay.
And this one sort of similarly started out about as good as it ended up, which was not as good, I think.
You thought the other idea was stronger?
Yeah. But I had a totally different experience on another game I made a couple months ago, just a small, like a tweet cart game, like a fish, eat other fish and become bigger thing.
Mm-hmm.
That started out pretty bad, but then I like specifically worked on making it fun at the end and totally changed how it played, and that worked really well. So I want to try that again for this and see if I can take this base idea and make it like change something pretty major, maybe. I would definitely remove the deaths at night and the possibilities for soft blocks. Just because, like, for a Ludum Dare with 1,000 entries, when you hit that, you're like, oh, that was a fun game. Next one.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I feel like I'm making pretty slow but steady progress here. Don't you dare.
It's just having a quick little nap next to your axe. What are you worried about? I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, I guess, here we go, about to hit morning. All right. All right, one more river to traverse here. Yeah, I guess, so I got through most of the questions that I wanted to ask. So is there anything else that you want to talk about with regard to the development of this game?
Let's see. I guess I'll answer this question from chat. That yeah, the hidden palette from Pico 8 is how I did the dusk and the night, for sure. I've been messing around with the hidden palette recently, and I really like the greens in Pico 8, and For people who don't know, Pico 8 has a very limited palette. You only have 16 colors, but there is like actually 32 colors, but you can only have 16 on screen at once, and it's sort of a big hassle to actually get it working or even swap colors. But I've been playing around with that recently, and that's been fun.
Yeah, it's very much an engine that's kind of defined by its limitations, like what you can and can't do with it.
Mhm.
But you know, that's how they get away with. How else could you create custom art that would fit in the like minimum bits of a grayscale cartridge? Like it's pretty crazy from when you think about it from that perspective.
I mean, I suppose that is a definite benefit, but I see it as a design choice of like Zep, the creator of Pico 8, seems to have a real knack for making tools that that are like easy to use is sort of a simple way of saying it.
Mhm.
Like the example I would give is if you've ever tried to make music in Pico 8, you know, you're not a musician, and so you put some stuff in, you watch a tutorial or two, you learn about holding control to only draw in the pentatonic scale on the thing, and like suddenly the music is like, all right, and it's like, wait, how did I do that? This like it's not good, but it's all right, and I'm impressed with myself. But actually, you should be impressed with the creator for making a nice little cozy space that allows you to make like things turn out good by default in a couple different ways, and the palette is one big way I think that is relevant. Like you don't have the full freedom of all 16 million colors or whatever. Instead, it's like here's some, then they mostly work well together. You don't have to be an artist or know about color theory. Just like choose whatever looks good from here, and it'll turn out pretty much fine, and it does.
Did I just soft lock myself?
Yeah, I mean the fire will burn out. So
Yeah. Okay.
you're fine. There is also you can just sit there and wait for an ocelot to steal the axe, which I think is fun and was sort of the justification in my head for why I left that in. But looking back, I would definitely remove those soft locks, and like if you bumped into the axe, it would move sideways or something.
Yeah, sort of like set up a sort of flowing chain of this pushes into this empty space, this pushes into that empty space.
I've considered like doing that as a quote bug fix, but I don't know if that really counts as a bug fix. It sort of ruins the experience, but when you do run into it, but I don't know if I can really change that at this point. I should probably. I'm glad to be. I'm glad to have a break for this after 48 hours. You know.
Yeah, for sure. So you were participating in the competition?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Yeah, I'm definitely like. I guess I care most about making a game that I'm happy with, or learning something, or just otherwise having fun making what I'm making. So I wasn't. I went for the jam. I'm not sure if I plan on doing the competition because that's just a little intense. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to see.
Like on the one hand, there's more like ranking and actual competition, I guess. But on the other hand, it is a full day shorter.
Yeah.
So that's kind of nice. In terms not in terms of dev time, but in terms of time that you sort of sink into a haze of like, I have to code for the big thing.
Yeah, I guess I would just as soon spend the same amount of time on the game, but just spread it over more days. Like on my game, I spent about 22 hours on it, and that was over the course of 3 days, as opposed to just the 2, because that would have been 2 11-hour days, but instead it was 3 roughly 8-hour, or like 6 or 7.5. I'm not good at the mental math stuff.
Yeah, I did like 6 and 12 and 6, I think. Yeah, that definitely sounds nicer as long as your brain isn't like pressuring you into being like, you could be working on this.
Yeah. All right. I'm sorry I didn't get to the chat because these tricky little ocelots have got me like glancing back at the screen constantly to make sure they don't steal anything from me. So yeah, the nighttime effect you mentioned that was created with the hidden palette. Did you have Chris 1991 or nine? I don't. I'm just gonna say Chris. All right. Did you have any issues staying under the character or token limit?
Oh, yeah, I missed that. Like not major issues, but I did hit it once. You're allowed to bring in any outside library or any pre-made code, and I've got like a personal library that I generally just pop in whenever I start a project. Got a bunch of useful functions in it, right? And that eats up a bunch of tokens, and it's not a problem because I'll just delete the ones I don't need if I ever hit that limit. And I did hit that limit, like the compressed token limit, actually for the first time, which I think was because I had a big commented out section of stuff that I just hadn't used yet, and so I deleted that and it was fine. So nothing major, but I did actually hit the limit once. Yeah.
Okay. And then we've got Gestalt Shift asking, are there any things that are made very easy in Pico 8 versus something like Unity or Unreal?
Yes, absolutely. Unity and Unreal, from what I understand, I've used Godot a little bit, but neither of those. From what I understand, those engines are those engines are the ones that are in control. Like Unity says, yes, give me all of your objects and I'll tell you when they collide. Versus Pico 8, which is more of a library that it's got useful functions you can call, like draw a sprite to the screen, but you sort of have to do everything, which also means you can do anything you want. You just have to do the hard work yourself. It's like collision specifically is not built into Pico 8 and something you have to make an array of all your objects that collide and check the x's and the widths and whatever. I prefer it this way. I quite enjoy Pico 8, but maybe that's because I've been in Pico 8 forever and haven't gotten the time to wrap my brain around the Unity, Godot, Unreal way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are running short on time right now, so where can folks find you if they want to see like your next project or other games you've made?
Panthlore.com. Let's see,
Okay.
can I post that?
Please feel free, yeah, if you throw that in chat or in the Discord and I can throw it in chat.
There you go. Yeah.
But yes,
Yeah.
once again, I've been playing Ocelot Safari, delightful little game. You'll probably get through it way faster than I did because you won't be splitting your brain in two different directions. We're not going to take a break between now and our next guest because I have like 2 minutes to switch gears here. So that is going to be with Cinderblade playing Get Down, Mr. Lucifer. So I'm going to briefly, like 1 minute, wrap this call up and get in touch with Cinderblade to get that going. So thank you everyone who's been participating so far, and we will be back in just a minute. Thank you as well, Pantler, for joining. Or sorry, how do you say your name? Am I saying it right? Pantler? Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks so much for being on the call.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. This was a lot of fun.
All right, everyone, please go check out the game. The link's in chat. And yeah, we'll be back very shortly. And
Bye.
Goodbye. Okay, and we are back initiating a Discord call. I'm going to be joined by both Cinderblade and in chat we've got Gestalt's Shift. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, excellent. And I see the call is still going to Cinderblade. Is it going to be just you joining me, or is Cinderblade going to be joining us as well?
He said that he'd be around in case anything was needed, but he probably won't be. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Okay, hello. Can you hear us all right?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, excellent. Well, I'm going to get started with playing the game here. And just to remind everyone, I am giving these games this is all my first impression. I haven't played the games before because that's what I promised, is that I would be giving the first impression along with the interview and the questions that I'm giving to every developer here. Very epic sounding music. All right, so while I start the game up here, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Sure. So in the chat, I'm Gestalt Shift. Usually go by Trungly in different things. I was the game designer and level designer for the game.
And Cinderblade?
Hi. I'm not a game developer. I'm just a normal everyday business developer that enjoys making game in Unity from now and then.
All right, cool. So yeah, I'm just looking at the controls here. Move with WASD, left and right, mouse to throw and recover your scythe. Ooh, teleport to scythe with shift.
Oh.
And then mouse wheel down, drag attached enemy to you. Leech from nearby enemy, freeze time. Oh boy, I hope I remember all these.
There's a tutorial level that will remind you of all of those things
Okay,
multiple
excellent.
times, so you'll be okay with that. Yeah.
All right, let's full screen with this. There we go. Okay, so I can throw my scythe, but it looks like it automatically comes back to me as well. Left
Yes.
click or right click to call. All right. And then right click, you got this little here. Scythe attach, and then I can teleport to it. Yeah, so throw it and then whoop. And if they look like these, you can attach to. Oh, okay. So anything that's like that texture on the surface. All right.
Correct. Yep.
Right click if you attach to the wrong thing. Yeah. All right. Yes, teleporting can be quite useful. Cool. So let me get started with the questions here. So this was made in Unity. That's pretty clear from the WebGL build here. But are you using any specific toolkits or engines?
That I know of, outside of Unity, not quite. Unless Cinderblade, do you know if there's anything that we did use? I wasn't too involved on that side.
Nope. Just plain Unity with sorry, I'm getting echoes from the stream. Plain Unity with URP. That's
Yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh boy, starting off way from the beginning. Okay, see if I can get this a bit faster now that I'm getting a bit better handle on the controls. Cool. Yeah. So was this made for the jam or the competition?
This was made for
the jam, right? Because it's a multiple person team.
Yes, we
two
were
questions that I
6
could have
people.
answered. Sorry, how many were there?
Oh, we had 6 people. We had 3 people in audio, and music, and oh yeah, there's some wonky collision there.
Oh,
We had 2 people in programming, and we had 1 artist and me doing game design.
Wow.
And actually, we all kind of came together like within 2 weeks of the jam. For a lot of us, except I think for one of us, it's our first jam ever.
Oh wow! So you've got people of all different levels of experience working together on a project like this?
Pretty much, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, totally random people that we did. I think they didn't.
So I guess from what you're saying is like you hadn't necessarily worked together as a team. Like had some of you worked together before?
I believe our audio team might have been because I think they all kind of knew each other. But besides that, not really. No, we hadn't worked before. Up until now, we didn't know each other up until now. So yeah.
Cool. Well, I think it's really neat that you were able to all like coordinate on like that. That's a lot of people to be coordinating on a jam project. I know that it's tough to like. Were you in the same time zone, or were you working across multiple time zones?
We were working across multiple time zones. I know I'm on the eastern coast, and we have, I think, our artist is on the west coast, and I'm pretty sure we have someone on like England somewhere, and then we have some people in South America, I think. So it was a little bit tricky, but there was plenty of overlap where we were all kind of working on the same things.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this seems like a very elaborate game to construct for the purposes of a game jam. How did you come up with the initial idea?
Yeah, so it was kind of like we had an idea for going down, and then we kind of like, no pun intended, jammed an idea that we had for one of the other prompts into it. So the initial idea was just, okay, deeper and deeper, Dante's Inferno, you're going down in hell. And then from there we were like, okay, why are you going down from hell? And the usual thing for that would be like you're trying to maybe kill the devil or something like that at the very end. But we thought it'd be neat to have a little bit of a twist on that, where actually no, you're not. You're trying to save the devil because the angels are invading. And that gave the perfect like, I guess, prop for something that you will see coming up later, which is sort of a wall that is coming down to get you before, unless you go down too slowly. So that was really fun. We thought the theme was really interesting. And from there, as far as mechanics go, one of the ideas that I had for the one tool many uses was some sort of thing where you could click on the screen. And yeah, it's, by the way, it's pretty tough because we only have this level and then one level after. So we tried to kind of, at least while I was doing the game design, I just tried to make it really hard so that it would, you get some mileage out of it.
Yeah.
And you can definitely tell. But yeah, when we went for one tool many uses. And the idea that we had for that was that you'd click somewhere on the screen and you get a bunch of tools that would do different things. So it would do something that would teleport you there, something that would pull something from there, something that would maybe like slash at that position. And it just seemed natural, I guess. Anytime, at least I think of a scythe, I think of someone throwing the scythe and it like doing a cool spin. So from there, it was like, okay, we're going to be throwing that scythe. We're going to make that the main thing. And then what happens once it hits something, it stays there. And then you can do stuff depending on what it's attached to. And the main thing ended up being, it felt really good to just throw it, attach it to something, and then teleport to it. So that kind of ended up being the main driving force for a lot of what you're doing. And then, yeah, that was the main idea. And then we kind of all got to work on that.
Nice. Yeah, I think that there's definitely something very viscerally satisfying about like the throw. Like I can imagine like if you're able to get it really into the swing of that, like unlike I'm currently able to do, being on.
Yes.
Okay.
There was, yeah, there was for sure a. Also, this is interesting. I did not know that wasn't working. That should be after you take 2 damage, be teleporting you right back to the start of that jumping puzzle, that lava pool, and it isn't. I'm not entirely certain why, but that's an interesting thing to have seen here.
Okay.
Yeah,
maybe.
But
was it because I was like bouncing across the top of it, or?
That actually might be why, because I know that the way that we're doing that is we're just checking to see whether or not you're inside of the collider for that lava pool for like X amount of time, and then teleporting you back after that time is satisfied. So I think if you start bouncing up and down on it, you might just be stepping out of it and resetting that timer, but I'm not entirely sure if that's it. I thought we did it also by damage, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's always like different ways to solve these problems, right? So like it's hard to say, you know, if you have a different implementation of solution, like there's always going to be side effects to your code, right? Like
Yes.
it's just a natural
Yeah,
consequence
absolutely.
of these kind of things.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
So, yeah, I mean, it's I guess from that perspective, what do you have any plans for like continuing to develop the game afterwards? Like, is there anything you're going to?
We're definitely talking about it. One of the things that you're probably noticing is that the enemies are very, very wonky. And then yeah, you can see that right there. Like they don't have enough feedback for certain things and stuff like that. So there's very clearly a lot of polish to put in different places, and a lot of things to just straight up redo. That a few of us do want to get on that, but we're gonna get together in like I think a couple weeks and talk about all of that. So we might be actually, yeah. Because
Okay.
a lot of the feedback that we got was, hey, this feels like a prototype for a really fun game. So, and we agree. We think that this is going to make for something really interesting. So then, yeah.
I would say that one of the main issues that you're faced with is the fact that since you're limited in the scope of how much level you were able to make in time for the jam, there's a lot of concepts that you're introducing to the player up
Yes.
front. Like you want to decide your core mechanic probably is this like throw and teleport, right?
Yeah,
so
definitely.
your entire first level could just be that, and then
I agree.
Unlocking the ability to pull enemies towards you, unlocking the ability to do the health drain, all that kind of stuff can come later.
Absolutely, I completely agree. What we're giving you is basically like the full move set that you'd have at the end of like a Metroidvania or something like that,
Yeah.
but at the beginning of the game,
Right.
without letting you like breathe while those are being dumped on you. It's like every single room we're giving you something new. And that's definitely something that I wish we wouldn't have had to do that way, but the time constraint didn't let me make more like individual little levels that would trickle down these things. So it's just kind of, it's like a barrage of like information. Oh god, you're about to, you need to, yeah, there you go. That's something else too. The health isn't too visible. You can't really tell where, because right now you're at 2 ticks.
Yes, I do. I saw that it's like the difference between a like green health and a full health. What's the limit on me being able to use that like absorb health from enemy?
There isn't any right now. You can just keep doing it.
Well,
Yep.
I'm pressing E and I'm not. They're just not close enough to me. Oh, there it is.
If it's a corpse, I don't think it'll work. But in there, it should work if you're holding E.
Okay.
As soon as they die, yeah, there's a big delay between when you actually kill them and when like you can tell that they died.
Okay.
They should all be dying in 2 hits. That's supposed to be the damage that they take. After they take that second hit, it's gonna take a little bit for them to be like, oh, I died.
Okay. So it's almost easier for me to just like rush these guys and then
Yes, definitely.
just absorb health off of them. Okay, but I finally beat the first level, so that's cool.
There you go. Yeah, for this one, you're gonna want perhaps hurry up a little bit.
I see.
Yeah.
It became immediately apparent. Okay.
Yes.
So moving on with the questions though, what was your development process like? Like how did you coordinate through all the like different time zones that you were working across?
Yeah, so before I get into that, just to make sure, because that's an interesting thing. It just went behind you. That's fun. Okay. Wow. Yeah, so just be aware, by the way, if you die during this level, make sure you click restart level and not to go back to the main menu, because that will just shut you all the way back. Yeah. Just want to make sure, because I've had while playtesting, a few people kept clicking that one by accident, and it just shut them all the way back there. So yeah. For the development process, it was a little bit hectic at the beginning, but we spent a few minutes brainstorming. We came up with all those ideas, and then I believe our artist went in and started doing the sprites for the things, because he has this interesting thing where he makes 3D models and then pixelates them. It's really cool.
I think I'm just dead here.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I guess the problem with those 2 buttons being very close together is it's very easy to press one by mistake.
Yes, I agree. but yeah, our artist went in to work on some of that, and meanwhile, I just typed out really simple state transition diagrams for all of the mechanics. Basically dumped those on the programmers, and then we got grinding on mechanics, making all those mechanics, and started doing some level design. Then once we had some things to work on, we sent the animations and all of that to our music and sound effects people. And yeah, from there we all kind of had our own little tasks and just kept doing that, kept updating each other, kept like pushing things to a single GitHub branch. So we weren't doing any version control at all. It was just pushing to the same thing and pulling from the same thing. That was very interesting. But yeah, that was pretty much it. It was very like, we need to do these things. Everyone had their own to-do lists, and we all kept trudging through that. And you're about to get to the ending right here. There it is.
A minute too late. Let's get
Yes.
going here. They've got some nice beaches in Purgatory. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Whew, I like the pace.
Yeah. So I'm guessing you might have been able to tell. At least what I can talk about is the level design and the game design. The levels get more interesting. Like each room, you can see each room gets a little bit, at least in my opinion, more fun. Yeah, we exit you out of the game by crashing it. It's a feature. So yeah, I for me at least, one of the biggest challenges was definitely just getting levels that felt fun to play. And at the beginning, I didn't really know from all the mechanics that we had what would be fun from all of those things. And by the end, I realized it's just fun to kind of really quickly have to aim the scythe and then teleport to it while you have this thing like coming down below you. And I think it got to that on those last two rooms, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Like I think you're well aware of the fact that like ideally you're going to space these things all out a little bit more, give everything a little bit of room to breathe. But
Yes.
for a game jam, I mean, like it works. It's totally playable. It's finished. Everything's rough around the edges, so don't sweat that. Don't sweat the small
Yeah.
stuff. So moving on with my questions, and if anyone does have questions in chat, please put them there. Now that I've beaten the game, I'm going to do my best to be more attentive to passing along questions that I see coming up. But while we wait for some questions to come in, is there any particularly clever hack or shortcut that you use to finish the game jam in time that you wouldn't use on a regular project?
Not anything that I would say is particularly clever. On my end of things, I have a little thing that I like to do with levels where I first plot them out in like diagrams and stuff like that. But I decided, hey, that's gonna take too long. So all of the levels were just made in MS Paint, and then I quickly tiled all of them. So I guess that was some kind of shortcut. And besides that, we were initially going to, I don't know if you notice all of those like specters that fly around the screen. That was initially going to be done with some very probably time-consuming ways, and we decided to just make a gigantic particle emanator that like spanned the entire level and just fed into it those sprites, and that ended up actually coming out pretty well.
Okay. Yeah, nice. That's exactly
Yeah.
the kind of thing I'm talking about. Those sort of creative solutions that it's like, this may not be the best way of doing this, but it gets it done. It gets the project made. But that being said,
Yeah.
is there anything that you had to cut or change in order to finish the game on time?
Oh, 100%. The main thing, at least on my end, was the levels and the depth that I could take the levels to, as far as interesting things. I think the most interesting bit, you got through really quickly. Some people have gotten stuck there, is when you get that platform and you have to throw it above the platform and then teleport to it. So you land on top of the platform, but that's on the tutorial level. I thought that was kind of interesting, and I wish we could have had more of those like little puzzly things where you have to like use the scythe creatively in some ways, besides just you see a wall, throw it at it as quickly as you can, and then teleport to it.
Yeah.
There was this mechanic that I didn't even push to develop because I knew it would take a really long amount of time, where it was maybe there would be some walls that you would throw the scythe to, and then you know how you can pull enemies towards you.
Mm.
You'd be able to do the same thing, but it would kind of like jut the wall out a little bit and make you a platform to go to.
Nice.
Yeah, and this obviously would be distinct from all the other ones. That would have been a neat little thing, but definitely cut that. Um, and then yeah, we were planning on having more enemies, but had to cut that too because even just that one enemy was kind of wonky to begin with. Um, and something that I think we should have cut would have been some more of the mechanics that we had. I think we should have just left in the scythe throw and then teleport to it, and then basically cut the most of the tutorial out and make it like 2 rooms where you can get used to it. And then instead done maybe a second level. But we ended up going for the tutorial instead, but that's fine.
Yeah, like I see that you have freeze time listed in here under the Q button. I don't think I ever ended up using that. Is that in the game?
No, you never need to use it. It
Okay.
definitely works, but you never really actually need to use it. It literally just it would have been better if maybe it would have slowed down time, but slowing down time in Unity is kind of weird.
Yeah.
If you're also doing some physics things, but you can freeze it completely if you just set time scale to 0.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Mhm.
that's just does that freeze your own personal time scale as well?
It freezes absolutely everything besides the marker for the scythe throw.
Okay.
So you can aim that in, and then once you let go, it's the scythe sort of shows up frozen, and then when you resume it, it just shoots out normally. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can imagine that rather than that being its own dedicated button, like clicking down to initiate the scythe throw slows down time, and then you aim it, and then you let go, and then time sort of snaps forward. I've seen a
Yeah.
few games do that kind of thing.
That was actually at the very beginning. The way that it worked, like that was the way that I think Cinderblade actually made it at the very
Mhm.
beginning. Um, the reason why I ended up pushing for not having that was because it felt a little bit weird when a lot of the like we didn't have enough tricky aiming that you had to do for
Mhm.
that to be necessary.
Right.
And it felt kind of weird if you had to do a bunch of them consecutively to just have your screen like freezing and snapping, freezing and snapping, freezing and snapping. Um, but if we were to have more sort of like uh, tricky platforming and hard aiming to do, then that would definitely be the way to go about it. Absolutely.
Yeah, cool. I'm glad that you made that call. I think that was the right decision, not
No,
having to have the unnecessary slowing down.
yes.
So as we're kind of getting towards the end of our time slot here, are there any other projects that you want to plug, or like where can people find you?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. You can find everyone that worked on the project. We have all links to everyone there. On my end, honestly, I can send my Twitter, even though I don't use it a lot. But
Sure.
if I
Yeah.
ever do something, it's gonna be in there. And then yeah, I'm working on a little game called Morph King, where you can see some gameplay actually. If you go to the Twitter page, there's one GIF of it. It's basically just a little game where you play as a chess piece, and every time that you move, you change into another chess piece, and you just have to survive as long as you can. Um, but besides that, that's just a side project that I'm doing while I'm in doing college classes and stuff like that. But yeah, you can see a little bit of gameplay there.
Yeah. Cool.
Um, mhm.
You might want to post your Twitter link one more time. I don't think that came through properly. It looks
That
like it
was
just links to the
Gestalt
homepage.
Shift. That was mine. There.
Yeah, I think that the
See
link
there?
just goes to the
Oh,
Twitter
that's.
homepage. Doesn't go
I see.
to.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There. That's better.
All right. There. Yeah. There.
Mhm.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well,
Goes in.
is it? I'm gonna make sure I'm saying the name right. Is it Trungli?
Yeah, that works. It's fine.
Okay. Well,
Mhm.
sorry. How am I supposed to say it?
That's yeah. That's pretty much it. That's Trungli.
Trungli.
It's just a
Okay.
name that came out of. If you scroll down actually a little bit, that's a project that I worked on in with some friends in college that visualizes triangles. Every time
Hmm.
we'd mess up there, we'd call the triangle that was messed up on that project a trungle. So called Trungli came from that. Yeah.
That's fun. I always love
Hmm.
when there's like a sort of a story behind the name.
Yeah.
And yeah, Cinderblade as well. Thanks for reaching out and suggesting the game in the first place. Thank you both for
Hmm.
joining me here today. We are just about out of time, but I see Cinderblade typing something in the Discord, so I'm going to give him a moment to finish that.
Hmm.
And yeah, coming up at just 5 minutes at 2:30, we're going to have Trebasura joining us for Minor. Hopefully, I'm gonna reach out to them on Discord. No, sorry. Cinderblade is saying that he was experiencing some audio connection issues. But yeah, you'll be able to review the stream archive to see the stream from today. And yeah, so I think we're going to call it there and see everyone back in 5 minutes. Goodbye.
See ya.
And yeah, we will be back in 5. All right, hello everyone. We are back, and I'm going to be starting in the call with Fabisara. I want to make sure I'm saying that right. Hello. Can you hear me? I can't seem to hear you. All right, so.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, there we go.
I had push to talk on, so.
Okay, no problem. Here, I'm going to bump up your user volume slightly. And, okay, so the game, I believe I downloaded this yesterday.
Okay.
No, maybe I didn't. Okay, I'll download that. Right. So while I get the game set up, why don't you introduce yourself?
All right. Hey. My name's Shamid. You can call me Trabasura. I am a computer science student in New York, and I guess this is my first game that I've actually like released for a game jam ever. So yeah.
All right. So yeah, I'll get the game running here now that I've got it downloaded. Made in Unity, I see. Were you participating in the jam or the competition?
I participated in the jam.
Oh,
So
you
funny.
did. Yeah, you did warn me about the volume being loud.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I literally finished the music and the audio stuff like 30 minutes before the deadline, so it's a very bugged out, I guess. But yes, you're loading in. So yeah, funny story about like the jam decision. Basically, I was at work on Saturday and like at like 4 p.m. I'm like, wait, isn't Ludum Dare starting soon? Like I've always wanted to participate in a Ludum Dare for a while, and basically I just remembered last minute that it's starting. So like I kind of got a little bit of a late start. I started like Saturday night when I got off of work, but I think I'm happy with what I could complete in the time allotted.
All right, I'm going to take a look at your controls here.
Okay.
E, interact, highs, open inventory.
Oh, sorry, I don't think I have it written on this one, but on the jam page, it's like left click is to break blocks, and then right click is a special ability. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you can break anywhere. It's like in a range, kind of.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, there's an enemy. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Basically, you have to like point it at it. So it's where the mouse is that the attack starts from.
Right, and I guess that's giving me a bit of health.
So you're gonna notice when you're breaking blocks, like a little bar starts filling up. That's basically your like mana, I would say.
Okay.
And on your right click, that's when you could use a special ability. For the starting pickaxe, the special ability is like a little jet jump thing, so it could help you get to higher levels if you need it.
Okay.
And yeah, so I guess I can explain the game a little bit more. My ideas for it, I was kind of like I've been playing a lot of Isaac, The Binding of Isaac. Have you heard of that game?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, I've been playing a lot of roguelites lately, and I just felt like I wanted to give the roguelite thing like a try for this game.
Is this procedurally generated?
Yeah, it's procedurally generated. So basically, if you die and start over, or if you like go down enough, you're gonna run into new like terrains, basically random ores and stuff, random boss generation, random enemy generation. Right now, there's only 2 kinds of enemies, and the bosses are basically just a larger version of the enemy that the chunk generates. But yeah, so whenever you load into a game or start something new, it's gonna be slightly different every time. Like the names from the ores are completely randomized. Oh, and if you click them, it drops out of your inventory. I did that to get rid of clutter. But yeah, basically yeah. So no building right now. What happens is you could fight the boss. There's a boss underneath you. I'm not sure if you're ready for it, but yeah. Once you kill the boss, the skull that's in the boss room will kind of lead you to where the shop is. And once you go to the shop, you can see basically like the resource that you need to buy the weapon there.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I tried breaking. I guess I took damage from that.
Oh yeah, there's like fall damage is a little iffy too, so careful with that. I had to like patch it yesterday. There was like a bug where like just standing still would do some fall damage, so I had to like fix that really quickly. But yeah.
So I'm noticing there's different like colors, and I can break some blocks but not others.
Yeah, so you should be able to break most blocks, but the density, I guess, or like the hardness for the different blocks that are
Okay.
also randomly generated. So yeah, you got to be careful for the like some blocks are a little bit harder than other blocks. So like going to new chunks, you got to figure out what's the best like strategy for that.
So it's E to interact. Oh,
Oh,
well.
I'm not showing on your screen. Oh yeah, so that one's. Oh, he died. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I mean that one's actually like supposed to be an easier one. If you like just hit it, the knockback's pretty strong on it, so you should be able to beat that one if you come into contact with it again. I know I got a comment like complaining about the worm damage or whatever. Like it's a little hard to hit that one. Basically the knockback for the worm works like if you hit it, it slows down instead of like pushing it back.
Mhm.
So yeah, for that one, it's best to just like try to make yourself an exit and hide away. But for the regular mole one, you should be fine just slapping it around a little bit. Yeah.
Right. Oof. I guess I'm sure you've gotten this feedback already, but just like having
Yeah.
a little progress meter or like a little braking animation on the blocks, just to
Yeah.
know when you're chipping through them, would
Yeah,
really help.
definitely. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I want to like add to it. Like for me, the game's like nowhere near done. But it is a game jam game, so I wasn't sure if I was gonna like keep working on it. But I think it has like a building blocks for me to take it like a little bit further.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
there's definitely stuff that I want to add to it before I can say that I'm content with the project being finished.
Okay, so you do plan on developing the game further.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, I'm pretty sure every game developer now has played a lot of Flash games as a kid, and I would I would want it to be like at the level of maybe what Flash Isaac was like, where like it was like really hard, right? But like people would load it up like in like a second if they wanted to have like free time or whatever and play it. I'd want it to be something of that kind of nature where it's nothing that people like really want to like play that long and grind out, but like something that could be fun for like like a couple minutes if they want to do a run or something.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So before I attempt this next boss here, I'll start up
Yeah.
with my questions, which is, have you been participating? Oh, sorry, you might have mentioned this already. Have you been?
Yeah.
Is this your first Ludum Dare?
Yeah, this is my first Ludum Dare. I've been like kind of dabbling in game development for a while. Yeah, so remember you have to just top it. Yeah, okay. But yeah, I've been developing for a little bit, like just messing around with code. I've never like really published anything. I just like learning how to code basically. I'm self-taught. I taught myself when I was in third grade like Python, and I guess I just like moved around to different programming languages and stuff. And I just came across Unity in like high school. So I just like messed around with code a little bit. Never really got to releasing a project. So I thought like maybe this could be the first one that I like push out there.
Yeah, for sure. So what was your development process like for making this game?
All right, so yeah, I just got home from work, and I think first thing I did was open up a Trello board. Like I said, like most game developers on YouTube, like have a Trello board when they start projects. Let me try that. I like just wrote down a bunch of ideas, then just started cracking at it. The first thing that I did, I think, was handling block generation and stuff. So basically, I think everyone at one point or another tries like the Minecraft tutorial or something like making Minecraft in Unity. So I just like took some concepts from like a Minecraft Unity project and just turned it into like a 2D version basically. So I just got rid of like the three-dimensional blocks and stuff, and the chunk loading and stuff is pretty much similar from that.
Okay.
Just added Perlin noise. For the chunks, have you ever tried to make a Minecraft project before?
No.
I'm not. You haven't? Okay. So like you run into an issue if it's like a bunch of blocks with Unity, because like turning them off and turning them on is kind of a problem, and also generating them could be a little bit of an issue. So
Yeah.
what I do specifically is I have three like three grids basically, and when I'm creating the blocks, it's like a tile map basically, and I just I put all the tiles down and have the block data saved separately, and then when I want to like load and unload chunks, I just turn off the grids themselves, not the actual chunk. So like the chunks will still be active, but they don't do anything while you're not inside of them. Yeah, so like that was one hurdle that I had to like figure out how to do, because like transferring it from like 2D like a 2D version of Minecraft was kind of like a little I ended up figuring out how the tile maps and stuff work.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
then after that, I did like some random generation. So basically, I've been doing a lot of like system.io type stuff for work. So like for all the name generation and stuff, I just have like 3 separate files that can generate 3 different parts of the name. So I've been using that a lot basically for a different project that I'm working on. And so like I just randomly generate from those 3 different files, and I have that saved also on the game files, so someone could actually just go in and change it if they want to have like custom word names and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so I gotta ask, is there any way to recover health in the
Yeah, okay. So there is. I figured out that help would be an issue last minute. It's luck based though. You would need to find out. Oh, press I by the way in the
Oh, okay,
inventory.
you
You can't
can't
hit
attack.
anything. Yeah. Um. But yeah, so recovering health. Basically every pickaxe like might spawn with a different ability. There's like a 50% chance of it spawning with an ability, and there are 6 abilities. There's like a bomb, like a projectile, a heal, and like an explosion, and the jet. Obviously, I'm forgetting what the last one is, but yeah, there's a healing one that could heal you a bunch as long as you find it. It's just a chance from the shopkeeper. Oh, that's yeah.
Yeah, I was sort of expecting the jet propulsion to
No,
like
do
counteract the fall.
Yeah, basically the way fall damage works in the game is if the velocity goes up at all,
Mhm.
it'll reset the fall damage. So if you had enough jet propulsion to make yourself like move up at all whatsoever, by the time you hit the ground, the fall damage wouldn't have like existed.
I see. So
So
it's not, it doesn't cancel your current momentum. It
yeah, it
just
does. Yeah, it'll and basically your velocity will add on to the fall damage. So the faster you're falling, the more damage you're gonna take at the bottom. But yeah, again, if the jet is strong enough to push you upwards, then you won't take any fall damage on the way down. And I know that that's kind of like a little bit different from the way Minecraft handles it. I was inspired a lot by Minecraft, but I'm pretty sure the way Minecraft handles it is like when you're in the air, like the fall damage ticks down, and then the second you fall, like when you hit the ground, that's when all the damage like comes, and it doesn't matter like how like long you've been going up or down, basically. So I just tried to like fix that little issue that I didn't like too much from that game and put
yeah.
it in this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So I really like the way that you were describing the optimization on the like different block chunk generation.
Yeah.
But was there anything else that you had to do over the course of the game that was a bit more of like a hack or a trick that just to make things work?
Yeah, there's a couple things. I'm not sure if you see the character movements and stuff. Like most of it, I just designed the sprites, and then I animate them with the Unity's animation system. So like it'll basically be like a node based animation system where like I would rotate like the arms and stuff and rotate the legs and like for all like the different mobs. Basically, I just find that to be like the easiest way to do animations besides like designing all the pixel art and stuff and frame by frame animating it.
Yeah.
Um, I have I'm not really. I mean, I'm not really like the best pixel artist, so that's why I decided like a retro vibe would probably be the best idea for this game. But yeah, I want to work on my art more if I participate in more game jams in the future.
Yeah, or you can team up with an artist. Like that's also an
Yeah.
option, Don't feel
Oh
like you
yeah,
have to go it
definitely.
alone.
I've been having a lot of fun like talking to the community and stuff lately. And like seeing different artists and musicians and stuff and like what they can do. I've been like I've just been like exploring the community and like a lot of really cool people in the Ludum Dare community, I guess.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure.
Yeah, let's see what else we got here for like any quick hacks. The music, like I said, was coded like 20 minutes before 9 p.m. on 9 p.m. Eastern on Monday. So basically the way I handled it was I had there's a game object for the music that gets spawned in when you open up the start menu, and then I just have it's static, so like it goes between scenes, but yeah, so like there's a mute button. You can press M inside of the game, and it'll mute it or unmute the music automatically. And also inside of that, since I decided that the music was just going to be one static game object, I also have the exit function inside of there too. If I was actually making like a real game, I wouldn't have the exit in there. But yeah, so the music game object also handles like escaping the game if you want to leave it. So
Yeah, I mean, once you've got one static instance, like that's just
yeah,
typical game jam hack, is you just throw stuff onto static
throw
instances.
everything in there. Yeah. I wanted to do a reset button too, but I didn't have time for that. I was just gonna like press R and then it would reload the current scene, but I didn't have time to toss that in. Any more quick hacks that I can think of? I'm not really the best with inverse kinematics right now. So the way that the worms work is it just like the head node is the only thing that moves,
Yeah.
and then the body nodes just like point towards the head node and then would move a set distance away from it so that it looks like it's following it, but you're gonna like if you're too close to the worm, you'd notice like some iffy stuff with the movement, like the body would stay stationary while only a couple nodes like move around. So I feel like that doesn't really get run into too much unless you're in a boss fight. But yeah. Besides that, I think it was fine on that part.
Yeah, I saw they were doing some stuff with like the slow follow. Like there's some technique that I remember seeing introduced in Unity that allows you to like have an object like partially align its transform with a parent object. But it was
So
presented in the context of a like 3D tutorial. Let me
gotcha.
see if I
Yeah.
can pull that up real quick because it was in a recent conversation with someone, and I think it would be relevant to mention. No, that's too far back. Oh no, wait, here it is. Dampened transform. That's what it's called.
Okay. Cool. I'll put that in my notes.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, and also the Ludum Dare thing wasn't like completely out of left field. I was working on a different game, basically. So like I've been taking a lot of time developing that, and I just felt like like putting Ludum putting Ludum Dare on like a resume or something would be fun if I wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. Like just show like this is something you're capable of doing within what how long did you actually spend on the project? Like you
So
mentioned you
yeah,
started late on Saturday.
Yeah, I started Saturday night, so it was about I would say probably like in the ballpark of like 50 hours in total on the project.
Jeez. Did you
Yeah.
sleep on Sunday at all?
I didn't sleep on Sunday
Oh boy.
that much, but like like I have class in the morning on Sundays, so like on Mondays. So I slept from like maybe like 4 to 9 or something. So it wasn't like really too bad, but I managed to work with it.
All right. Well, yeah, don't run yourself ragged. It's not worth um putting your health as a second priority when it comes to these things. So,
Yeah, I got you. Yeah,
yeah,
but
you
I guess
do.
that's yeah.
Sorry,
Sorry,
go
you were
ahead.
saying.
Oh,
Okay, I was
just
gonna say.
yeah, go ahead.
All right, I was just gonna say like that's pretty much all of the cool stuff, like the cool tricks and stuff that I put with the game. It's like a lot of the loading and stuff is a little inconsistent. Like I ended up using an enumerator for the like a coroutine for the block loading. So like when you're loading to game, you see all the blocks kind of load in one by one. I felt like that was like a cool thing to put in. I think that like adds to like the retro aspect of the game a little bit. So yeah, and then besides that, yeah, I think that's pretty much everything that I would say was fun in developing it.
Yeah, it's neat when you can take something that is like the actual loading mechanic of the game and turn it into something that's like a visual effect to make it like just feel like an extra level of polish. So you mentioned that you wanted to continue to work on the game. Um, I guess so. What else is there that I haven't seen yet? I saw there was something about interacting with a shop, but I haven't come across one of those yet.
Yeah. Okay. So you see the skull above you?
Yeah.
If you like move towards it, I'm not sure if you want to try it. If you
Yeah.
move towards that skull, basically it'll try to like drift towards the shop, and it kind of stays in like a little bit of a boundary between you and the shop. So as long as you like
Oh.
follow where the skull is, you'll like eventually get to where the shop is.
Okay. Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm
But
getting a hole right now, and I'm not gonna be able to do that right this second.
yeah, it's fine. But like yeah, so every boss level in a chunk also maps to a single shop. So one thing I wanted to work on was maybe like have like health upgrades in the shop or something, because like right now the only way to upgrade your health is by finding a pickaxe that has health on it, and then when you do find the pickaxe, the amount of health you get is completely dependent on the strength of the pickaxe. You haven't really ran into any shops yet, but like there's a pickaxe mechanic where every pickaxe has a different range, like strength and attack speed. So like that'll help you like move around. The game's like really hard at the start of it, because you don't have any like resources or anything. But like as if you build up like enough inventory and like pickaxes, you can like basically go infinite with it. So
Oh, here's the worm boss you were mentioning.
yeah, it's really hard. So
Oh, well, yeah, there I go.
you got okay. Yeah, so like there's a bunch of balancing stuff that I want to do with it too. I guess yeah. Besides that, you've pretty much like seen everything in the game, like the moles and like the worms and stuff. Every chunk has like a different iteration of them. Like they have different health and speed and damage and stuff, and the worms can have different amounts of limbs. So yeah,
Okay.
I wanna add like a lot of the like I wanna add more mobs to it, and then I wanna add like instead of having the enemies be like big versions of the chunks mobs, or like the bosses be big versions of the chunks enemies, I want to have them as like separate actual boss entities. And I think I actually wrote that in the Trello board. I just never got around to putting that in. I had to like do a quick cut to figure out some kind of boss mechanic.
Yeah. And I guess you can, do a raycast from the character to put a little highlight on whichever block it is that you're about to start picking at.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
And I would definitely I know you said that it's randomized as to how long it takes to break through the different materials,
Yeah.
but I would definitely skew that towards less time to break around the blocks that you initially spawn into, because the very first life that I had, I was able to break through the starting blocks pretty quickly, but then both of the other times it was taking a substantial amount of time to break through the blocks, and without feedback is so important in making sure that the player understands that like they're having an impact on the world around them. That if the blocks take too long to break, you might think you're doing it wrong, or you might not understand what's happening. So that some sort of breaking animation on the individual bricks, or a progress bar, or both, you know, the actual implementation is totally up to you, but just some kind of feedback. Um, have you heard of the book, The Design of Everyday Things?
I've not heard of it.
Okay. I would definitely recommend that as a sort of general design. It has some aspects that are important for user interface design and just general like systems design. And feedback is one of the more important things that you'll encounter pretty early in the book. Um, and also, The Art of Game Design is always a book that I recommend to everyone who's interested in making games.
Yeah, I've heard of that one. I was actually I think the first time I heard about it was last week. I'm having it in my Amazon shopping cart. I never like checked it out though. But yeah, that's something I want
it's a
to
good
look
read.
into.
All right. Well,
yeah.
as we're starting to wrap up here, if we get any questions in the chat, I'll make sure to pass them along to you. But in the meantime, where can people find you?
Yeah, I'll put my Twitter link in the chat. Yeah, so I have Twitter. I tweet a lot, not really a lot about game jam, but sometimes I or game dev, but sometimes I put a lot of I sometimes I show off like my projects there. So if anyone wants to keep up with what I'm doing, they can go there. I'm currently working on a different game. I'll send a link to my YouTube channel.
Sure.
Oh, Doc, wait, let me fix that. But yeah, so I'm working on a game with neural networks, and it's kind of using a similar procedural generation system. It's called Slime Science, and basically the idea is it's a monster fighting game where the monsters are actually controlled by neural networks, and your job's to like train them and like give them different skills and stuff so that they could fight each other in like an arena. That one's been taking up a lot of my game dev time, and I'm pretty excited to see where the future for that one goes. It's still like very early in design though, so yeah, if you go to my YouTube channel, I think that should probably link to it or something. Nope. I'll see if I can find a link for that. But
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but basically, yeah, that one's a pretty fun thing that I'm working on right now. And then itch.io/Habasura, I think.
All right.
And
well,
yeah.
Thank you so much for taking the time to join me today. And next up, in about 5 minutes, we're going to be joined by the quite a few, at least Javi Javi and possibly one or two others from the development team of Surface Level. So that's going to be coming up in as of 3 o'clock. And yeah, we're just going to have a quick 5-minute break between now and then. Once again, thank you, Trabasura, for joining me. And we'll see everyone in about 5 minutes. Bye-bye.
Later.
All right. All right, we are back. We are going to be playing Surface Level, and I've got the developers on call joining shortly. All right, hello.
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 Okay, so we've got Javi and Chris joining me here, and I'm going to get the game started. And perhaps you can introduce yourselves while I do that.
Yeah, I'm Javi, Javi7, and
Javi, my bad.
oh, that's all good. And yeah, I don't know. I do other stuff during the day, but for fun, I like to make games. This is the first like time crunch game jam I've done, and I'll let Chris introduce himself.
Chris?
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm Javi's brother. Hey. And oh, I'm sorry.
Are you getting
You
feedback?
cutting out?
Yeah, I've done a couple of I guess I've played around with game dev a little bit outside of work. It's not what I do professionally. But this is our like first real game jam, like big time crunch one. So
All right, so
Yeah, it was
just
fun. And
looking-
Marshall couldn't make it, but Marshall played a big role in the game as well. He was like our platforming expert and sound design audio expert. So
All right. Grocery carts are way more rad than people realize.
yeah, he's
Right,
probably the
that's
most
fine.
experienced game designer from us.
Alright. So this was a collaboration between the three of you?
yeah, it was the first time like we all three worked together. Me and my brother
Yeah.
Chris had worked on a game before, but not with Marshall. So it was fun to make our first game together.
All right. I guess I'm having a little bit of trouble distinguishing what is. Oh, there we go. There's the rind. All right. Okay. Avoid pesky conversations by making a fake phone call. Press up to blow someone off. Is this at all inspired by like the? I'm thinking of this little sort of rail grind that you can do. And it's reminding me of a mini game from Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, where like Kirby's air grind.
No, I don't think we were thinking of that. I'm not sure if I've ever played that. I've played some Kirby, but not a lot. We probably were a lot more driven by just Tony Hawk.
Okay. I am. I think I'm not necessarily getting the core mechanic. Like, so I'm supposed to be dodging. Wait. Okay, no. Is there just an invincibility timing after you get hit?
No, there isn't. So
Javi,
yeah,
do you
he's
remember?
getting
I think there is a
he's
little
getting
bit.
hit. Oh, there might be a very brief. I think. Yeah, the controls are a little bit tricky to get a hang of, but it looks like you've got each of the mechanics down now, and
Okay.
that phone call is the key to dodge the little word bubbles.
Yeah. So pressing up is the fake phone call. So it's mostly about the sort of jumping and grinding with a little bit of the ability to control. Whoa. So, okay. It's definitely one of the more mechanically demanding games that I've played on the stream today. But let me throw out a question to you guys. Have you been participating in Ludum Dare jams for a while?
This is our first one.
Okay,
for
sorry.
everybody on the team.
You definitely said that. I was just Brain melting trying to focus on game. So my bad.
It's all good.
How did you decide to make this game?
The theme came out as deeper and deeper, and we thought about like a therapy theme of like trying to introspect, but and then I don't know how exactly it came up, but basically we thought, well, what if we just do the opposite of that? What if we have a character who is scared to go deeper into their own thoughts, wants to avoid connecting with other people, and then I'm not sure also how the idea of a shopping cart grinding came up, but as soon as someone said it, everyone was like, oh, we want to definitely have that in the game. It just sounds like fun.
Yeah, I think we somehow were just talking about public spaces where you'd run into people that would be prying, and
Right.
and then we talked about a grocery store, and then somebody's like, oh well, what if they're riding in a cart, and then naturally that led to grinding the cart.
Yeah, I can imagine that there's a very high degree of perfection that you can reach for doing successful grind to grind. So you mentioned Tony Hawk as a sort of inspiration, but is that a game that's you've just been familiar with growing up, or?
Yeah, I played it a lot growing up, and then when the remaster came out last year, played that a lot. But another game I think, especially for Marshall, he's really into platforming games. He's really into Celeste, and he actually has made a really pretty popular Celeste mod called Glyph. And so I think that was a big why it's kind of hard and demanding, and the mechanics work the way they are. A lot of that comes from his inspiration.
Did you say that the mod was named Cliff?
Glyph.
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 Yeah. Sorry, it's just the compression on the Discord call. Yeah. Okay. So is that I don't know exactly how mods for Celeste work, but is that something people can find on the Steam Workshop?
I just posted it actually.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say please go ahead and post that.
Oh yeah, we gotta pump up Marshall.
Yeah,
he's feeling under the weather, so we gotta try to make him feel better.
Yeah, I'm sorry you couldn't join us today. But all right, so I guess moving along with the questions, what was your development process for making the game?
So we had known we wanted to use Pico 8 because we thought it would be good for moving fast, so we wouldn't get distracted with maybe some of the other fancier things you can do and some other tools. And then we really were just looking to have fun with this. We weren't maybe the most serious group, right? So we just wanted to see okay, what's everyone interested in doing? What are you getting excited about this game? And then we just kind of each worked on those things. But specifically Marshall is really good at all the platforming portion of the game, with game design and the music also. Javi did a lot of the back end, more intense programming side of it. I did the initial sprites, and then I just started filling in with some of the other smaller components in the programming.
Goodness, having just sort of gotten through the game to the end of this a second time, I there's a score of 17,000 as the high score.
Yeah, Marshall did that one time during development, and then I don't know if he's ever actually done it again. He couldn't prove to us he did it. But we thought it'd be fun to maybe give some people a challenge, maybe egg people on a little bit.
Yeah, I'll say that's just knowing that the score could theoretically go that high is ridiculous.
We had a couple Twitch streamers playing this yesterday, and then one guy was up to the challenge, and he got up to 18,000, I think. So then he got me worked up, so I went back in and I got 23,000. But
oh my gosh.
There's a certain technique you got to use, I think, to really start getting higher scores. It's all about keeping your combo.
Yeah, which is one thing that I'm doing a very terrible job of right here. Okay, well, I'm also splitting my brain with trying to maintain conversation and the interview questions, because I already embarrassed myself by asking you so you've been doing this for a while. It's yeah, you just told me this is your first one, so You know, if I'm gonna do
There's
one
a-
thing well, I would rather do the interview properly and then come back and play this some other time. So, that being said,
But yeah.
was there any particularly like clever hack or shortcut that you needed to use to finish the game on time that you wouldn't use in a actual production project?
I think because of Pico 8, there was like a lot of weird hacks we had to do. I mean, if we were still making the project in Pico 8, probably still would use them, but like in particular, in order to have levels that are like this long, it's like longer than the level editor, so you have to come up with like a way to compress the level data and reload it into the virtual memory. We ran out of tokens and like because Pico 8 has like strict memory limitations, like length of your code and stuff. We had to like experiment with different minifiers and like restructure how we wrote the code and like take certain objects and make them into globals in the last minute, like with like just, you know, wildly irresponsible regex global renames to try to get the thing to run again.
Oh my goodness.
That was fun.
You know, I'm not familiar with using Pico 8 as a tool, so what you said sounds complicated, but I don't actually understand what it meant.
Yeah, there's like a lot of guides on how to do it, so it's a little finicky. It ends up being not as complicated as it sounds, but yeah, I mean, the long and short of it is there's just like arbitrary hard limits on how much of anything you can do in the tool, which is part of why we wanted to use it. It kind of tells you when you're done.
Right.
But it also gives you those little headaches. But I mean, for me, I think that's like, you know, we had different people on the team, right? So like, I kind of enjoy that stuff, and so I just took that on at the end.
Cool.
Heavy's probably the most experienced software guy in the group.
So, okay, you mentioned that this is your first Ludum Dare, but like, what do you do? I guess outside of participating, like, are you like game developers, software developers? Like, what brought you together on this project?
Well, me and Chris were brought together at birth, I suppose. But I do software development during the day. Marshall is doing a lot of game development right now, but me and Chris had started, I guess, around December, like started making games together, or trying to make, you know, working on a game basically. And yeah, and then someone told me about this game jam, and I reached out to Marshall, and luckily he was available.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm a mechanical engineer, so I'm not. I don't really do anything related to game design. But I guess I had seen a little bit of programming in college. And then I got into Unity back in, I think, early 2019. I played around with it for a few months doing a game with a friend, and then that was kind of my introduction into game design.
Cool.
On your mechanical engineering stuff, like all the sort of like physics and motion equations, Chris is down.
Oh yeah, I math.
That is a very good skill to have. I am not good at math, and a lot of the times, like, I would say I'm like 80% competent at math. So I can figure out some like basic stuff, but a lot of the more complicated things, I'm like, Wolfram Alpha, help, please.
Yeah, no, the math part is, I get excited when there's something like we were like, oh, we want the bubbles to move a certain way, and then somebody said like sine wave. I was like, oh yeah, okay, let's do it. And I was like, all right, this is how we're gonna make it move like a sine wave. So that's definitely my forte was anything math.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, sine waves, I love using sine waves in my games. I use them to make things like squash and stretch, like sprite deformation using sine waves. But I count on the engine to be able to, like, I just call a sine function and it just does it. I don't count on having to implement that myself.
Oh, Pico 8 has a sine function.
Okay,
so
good. Yeah, I think sine waves are awesome, and you can use them in a lot of ways you don't necessarily expect. Well, I guess moving on with the questions, though, was there anything you needed to cut or change in order to finish the game on time? Because it sounds like you had to make some changes and compromises to make sure you didn't run out of tokens, but other than that, was there any time limitation?
I think we actually just worked really hard to minimize the tokens and characters so that we didn't have to give up anything per se. Mainly, we gave up time to make it work. But I think the main thing that we wish we could have done more of was just more levels. We kind of got to 3 levels and we're like, okay, this shows the concept of it. It's kind of a full game on its own, but we definitely wished we could have had more there. And it is kind of a steep curve, so I think more levels could have been a help to that.
Yeah, I feel like we made the last 3 levels of the game, so it would have been nice to have some more introductory stuff.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Something to get used to the initial movement and dodging things, then something that starts to get you acquainted with the grinding, and then something that gets you introduced with the faking phone calls to just introducing the mechanics a little bit at a time. But as you said, you were already kind of cutting corners to get this much of the levels into Pico 8, so is there do you plan on working on the project any further beyond the jam?
Yeah, I think we will. I think Marshall's already talking about making a few more levels, and I think I'm excited to figure out how to jam them all in there. And I want to try to get a high score system. I think there could be some way to pull the high scores into the kind of wrapping page around here that I think would be kind of cool.
So is it technically possible to get more levels into the game, or is it just that you're gonna have to transition away from using Pico 8?
No, I think we can get them into Pico 8 because we eventually came up with a method of compressing the levels, so it's actually it's like a 200 character string or something like that as a level. So we might have to find some places to trim code elsewhere, but I think we can get a few more levels in Pico 8.
Okay.
And yeah, I like this platform too, and I know Marshall really likes it for how straightforward it is to do pixel perfect things. So would like to keep it in here for as long as we can, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess, that's definitely something that I would love to see is for as badly as I'm doing at this, I would love to see what actual high level play in this game looks like.
Did you see the GIF on our Ludum Dare page?
Oh, here, I'll pull that up. Right here.
And we do have a YouTube video as a bit of a trailer. But the GIF's probably the quick way to see some of it.
Yeah, so I guess I wasn't really noticing, but can you do short hops as well, or is it a fixed jump height?
It's a fixed jump height, but you have that little bit of control over your speed, so you can slow down, speed up.
Okay, so you're using that
There is a way to cut the jump off if you press the grind button fast enough.
Oh, advanced jump cancel techniques.
I don't think I even knew that.
The guy who got 20K yesterday was doing that on the stream.
He started
tiny. He's like, oh, it's Tony Hawk, and then he just started doing how can I get the most grind possible?
He just a flip switched in his head, and he's like, I need a high combo, and then he just worried about just getting a big multiplier. And this, the base score doesn't matter as much once you're multiplying up by that much.
Yeah. Wow. No, that's really cool. I love it when a game can have a high skill ceiling that introduces these mechanics that maybe weren't intentional. Watching people play my game on stream yesterday, I saw people going through some sections which I had designed to you have to do some back and forth wall jumping to avoid some fire that's along the sides of the walls, but they were just jumping and threading the needle right through all the fire. It's I guess you can do that. That's cool.
Yeah, I think for us it's been maybe a little bit of the opposite effect. We were playing it a certain way, and then we started seeing other people, and they were not hitting the things as precisely as we were.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's always to be expected.
Yeah, we didn't realize quite how difficult we had made it.
And again, that's something that's totally natural. The more games you make, the more quickly you realize that people are going to start out being absolutely terrible at your game, and constructing a difficulty curve to where you can bring someone in and get them familiar with the mechanics. I spent the whole first chunk of this interview just kind of floundering with the game because I wasn't wrapping my brain around it. but you know, it's a game jam. That's what every single criticism can always be mitigated by it's a game jam. Thank you, Graphic Mismatch, for the follow. So, you know, it's definitely something that you've already talked about having in mind to address if you go forward with the design and development. Like, I agree. These do feel like the last 3 or 4 levels in the game. And, yeah, just constructing that difficulty curve, that kind of like fine-tuned design stuff, that's always, you know, that can come later. So, sorry, go ahead.
What do you think of the audio of the game?
It's really pleasant. Like I think that the sound effects all work really nicely, and yeah, the music seems like a really good fit. And that's also like built in Pico 8, right?
Yeah. All of the art and the music you have to do within Pico 8. I guess really the only thing you could like, you know, bring in is code, but
Right.
it still has to be in Lua.
Right. Yes. I'm only passingly familiar with Lua. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna possibly get a better score than what I did before, so I'd rather just focus on the conversation. Yeah. You know, if I had a better setup, I would love to see like. Well, you mentioned that there was like a video. I'll pull that up just to have that going.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
to
think
the top
it's.
of the page.
Yeah. There you go.
Cool. Yeah, because that's that is some very high level play that I don't think I could ever. Well, you know, I say that I don't think I could ever. It's just not my genre. You know, like I didn't grow up playing Tony Hawk games or any games that had this as the sort of core mechanic, other than that mini game, the Kirby Air Grind that I mentioned. But that was just like a mini game in a larger platforming game. So, yeah, I guess as we sort of start to get into the last couple of minutes here, is there anything that you want to point people towards? Any like projects that you're working on? Where can people find you?
I don't have
I
any
would
other
say,
games going on, but should we mention Marshall's stuff? I guess.
yeah, like definitely if you like this game, if you like the way it plays, check out Glyph, Marshall's Celeste mod. And then also you can follow him on Twitter. He's working on another game. It's kind of like a Fez Celeste hybrid.
Ooh.
He
Yeah, I'll.
posted some screenshots and stuff on his Twitter account. He's working on that a lot. And then yeah, I don't know.
Oh, whoops.
I guess hopefully he'll post also if we make some updates to this. I think that's the only thing really we're gonna that we're working on now, right?
Yeah. No, the checkout Marshall's game looks really cool. He had a really cool video he put up. Really interesting mechanic he's building in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for posting the link, and thanks for participating in the interview today. I guess if there are any questions from anyone in the chat, please ask them now before we wrap things up. Next up, we've got Salman joining me to talk about the game Tap Trick at 3:30. And that's, you know, we're going to take a small break between now and then. And yeah, I guess if any other questions come in, doesn't really look like it. Haven't been a lot of questions coming in from chat, but you know, c'est la vie. Chris, Javi, thank you so much for joining me. And you know, I feel like Marshall was here in spirit at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot for playing our game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of fun.
I
wish I
it's
was
really
better
great
at
to
it.
see somebody playing it. It's just.
Yeah, definitely. I know the feeling. Like I said, I wish I could play it to a better level of competency to better represent it so that people would know. But I do believe, yes, I did post the link in chat, and I will post the link once more in chat so that anyone who wants to can go ahead and try it. And yeah, I guess that's going to wrap things up for now. So thanks again for joining me on the call. And we will see everyone in about 5 minutes for the interview with Salman on Tap Trick. So goodbye for now. Oh, there you're getting some comments. Awesome game.
Yeah, those are cousins.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Talk to you later, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, and chat, I will be back in just about 5 minutes with Solomon. See you then. Right. Hello, we are here playing Tap Trick by Solomon, and I'm going to get a Discord call going. There we go. Game open. Right. Oh my goodness, look at this. You know what? I'm going to read the controls because I don't realize I do not know what I'm doing. Top to jump, hold to spin or push forward. Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? I can't seem to hear you. Okay, looks like we've just got a little bit of audio issues. So, hold to move forward. Oh no, I goofed. All right. Okay, so hitting those rings is intentional. So it's like I'm guessing every level is kind of its own little trick park. Okay. It's just one coin I didn't manage to collect. Hello?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, there we go.
Oh, finally. Oh my god.
Sorry for the causing you the stress there. Audio equipment's just not.
Yeah, well, I blame was it Apple, because I'm currently working straight from my little MacBook. I've been was it since my main PC ended up like breaking on me after like working well for me for the past 6 years.
Ah.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, but thank you for joining me. And oh, I just went right off the edge. All right. So, would you like to introduce yourself?
My name is Salman Shuri, and I made Tap Trick. I'm an independent developer. Well, right now, solo developer. I'm a avid prototyper and juggler of multiple projects, and I'm glad to be your acquaintance tonight. Today at this hour. This time.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, and we also had the opportunity to work together on the 10MG initiative to release a couple games in a bundle on Steam. So that was pretty cool. And other than that, yeah, I guess. So you worked together with. So I saw the name on the itch.io page. Who is it that you worked together to make this game?
I worked with Britt Brady. He handled what was it, the sound and some of the little character art in the game.
Yeah,
you might know him.
Oh, I just like it's super charming. Little, like the aesthetic, the art, like it all works together super well. So you're saying I might know him from?
Well, he was it not too long ago. He he made a game called Gato Robato that was published by Devolver.
Oh wow!
I think, yeah. He's been a what was it? What's the word for like a common collaborator? I forgot the but yeah, we collaborate from time to time on projects, and he saw my little game while I was working on it, like showing off the progress, and he said, "Okay, let me join."
Nice.
And yeah, and we've collaborated together before on one of my games that ended up doing pretty well, which was Bobbin, which is a free game that I ended up making like a couple days, and people really enjoyed the sound and music that he made for that game.
Nice.
It's
Okay,
about a bunny that shoots out bubbles, and yeah.
Okay, so you'd worked together before, just on
Yep.
that one time.
Well, from I can't remember every single thing, but we've done some things on games that haven't been released.
Okay.
That are still being worked on. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So, have you participated in Ludum Dare many times?
I did. I think my first one was like Ludum Dare 34 or something like that, and it was like I think it was if you should be still on my Game Jolt page from years back, but it was like I think the theme was something related to limited time, and I made a game about having being a character that shit themselves at an office, and they have like 10 seconds to get to the bathroom or something like that, or try and not be caught by God. And yeah, it was very, how should I say, immature humor.
Well, I mean, like, how old were you at the time when you made that? Old enough to know better?
Sure. Yeah, definitely. Old enough to know better. I think I was like maybe 16, 15, I don't know.
Ah, well, you're still basically a kid at that point. I don't know. It's different for everybody, but... Oh, no. I was so close to the end there. Anyway, so what made you decide on this idea for this jam?
It was the one game that I thought, okay, maybe it might be doable out of like the bunch of ideas that I had. I think I could probably list out some of the ideas that I had, but one of them was like a detective game where you answer you do everything by punching. And there's like yes or no questions, and all the answers are done by either hovering your fist near someone that's being interrogated, or punching them in the face. Like it's supposed to be like a mute detective, like noirish thing. I wanted to do something goofy, but I had like other ideas as well. But that idea I didn't stick with it because I wasn't confident in like my writing skills being like able to show something out quickly. I mean, do something really good within that short amount of time.
Right. Yeah. Writing is tough to do in the span of a game jam. Like, I know that I've done a couple of experiments with narrative games, but it's always tricky to try to get something that feels like a cohesive story. Like most, there've been a couple jams where I find out the theme ahead of time, and then I'm able to brainstorm a bit better on what the story is going to be. But for Ludum Dare, it just sort of came together like, oh, you say the theme's deeper and deeper, platformer where you go down. That's the best I could come up with.
Yeah, I was like trying to think of like any other idea because that was the first thing that came to mind, and it seems like it came to mind for every other person as well.
Yeah.
Like one of my like first ideas was like, an idle game about punching the ground, like to make an industry out of that. Like imagine Cookie Clicker and grandmas, but instead it's like lots of dogs that just dig into the ground and something like that. Like a galactic paws, was it like evolving dog paws help out in digging even better things. And I think I had another idea that I saw a couple people doing, which was like a battle game, like inside a dungeon going down, or like possibly making a Metroidvania. But I think I had one more idea that I actually was kind of interested in doing, but again, I didn't trust myself to have like the sensitivity and like good enough writing skills to also do it very quickly. And it was like a game about like it was like some sort of personal therapy game where you get a character to open up, and I thought maybe I could just explore like things about what I've felt through like making games and stuff, or like some of the mental struggles and stuff. Interesting topics I've probably gone into, but yeah, I didn't trust myself to do that very quickly.
Yeah, that's heavy stuff. We got a comment from Dragonizer in chat asking, was it a text-based Flash game? I'm not sure.
I've never touched Flash.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of your projects might have sounded familiar to them, and they're asking for clarification. But
I think it's probably that game Don't Shit Yourself. I think that's the word. But it is, I think, on Newgrounds. Is made by the Rogue Legacy developers. It was like one of the first games that went viral, and it's just like a guy trying to go to the bathroom to take a dump, and people, like, you just have to type out what anyone needs to do next, and people would always like goes to the toilet, sits down, takes a dump, but then the game like gives them an error. Oh, you forgot to you shit yourself. You didn't take off your pants or something like that. Like little jokes here and there. It's quite fun.
All right. Well, I guess while we were chatting there, I managed to make it to the end of the level. It just goes back to the beginning, right? Like when you get to the end?
Oh yeah. Yeah, when you get to this last level, 6th level, it just loops again. I'm still surprised I wish I could have made more levels and even made them even bigger. But I didn't have that much time to focus on making levels, since most of my time ended up being drained from working on the grind rails that's in the game. There's so many weird bugs that probably someone more competent would have like sorted out in less than a minute. But I got stuck for a couple hours working on it. And but yeah, I wanted to do like these loop-de-loops, but after past a certain angle, they kept messing up, and the character would like fly off or somehow end up in like a random part of the scene. And still, I'm actually relieved I was able to make 6 levels within like the last 6 hours of the jam. And the last hour was basically just spent on, I think I spent like an hour on each level, and as I spent like more time on the levels, they gradually got bigger and bigger. At first I wanted to do the all like, teach like certain mechanics one by one, but eventually I just kind of gave up on that and thought, okay, I'll trust the players to figure it out for themselves. And it seems like that was the right decision.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, like the first level being a bit more of a sandbox level where you can kind of go back and forth a bit. You start to get a feel for like the jumping and the, I keep forgetting that the rolling is a mechanic, or the spinning.
Mm-hmm. Wait, did your voice cut out?
Oh, I'm not sure, it might have, but I was just saying that I keep forgetting that the rolling is a mechanic.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I actually added that in a little bit last minute before I started working on the levels. That was like the one of the first ideas that I had, since at first it felt like really slow to move around in the game, and eventually, after I added like the little speed mechanic, and the game ended up feeling a little bit more fast paced. Like it kind of reminded me of you know how the character is blue. Like throughout the development, I was just thinking, oh, this is like a pinball Sonic game of sorts, like with some skates, and the hoops, the coins. It was originally meant to be rings, but just kept it as rings because I already had an asset that I made a while back, and it's been quite fun.
All right. So, what was your actual development process like for making the game?
So I think as in like from start, like completely from start to finish on the jam.
Well, yeah, like I don't know if you want to describe your sort of like start to finish process, if you have that handy. I know you mentioned you wrote it down, yeah?
Yeah.
Or you were documenting your progress.
Yeah. So when I was starting like the development, I originally I went straight to sleep as soon as the jam theme was announced. Well, an hour before it was announced, and then I woke up with 10 hours already passed, maybe 11 hours, and then I started coming up with the idea for like trying to pick out an idea. So I tried like the little method that I have to figuring out like what kind of game that I want to make. And so the method is usually like, oh, okay, so like what do I want to do? Like, is it something that's learning related? Do I want to learn something like, I don't know, is something related to physics? Maybe I want to do like a genre fusion, or just something with minimal input, or just try to fit within like some kind of fantasy that a player would want to explore. And I think I end up like trying to. I thought, okay, I'll choose minimal input because possibly, I don't know, I might want to take this to mobile at some point if it works out, if it's good. So I took that chance, and then I ended up like trying to come up with like a fantasy. So like it was like a mute one, or like for example like a mute detective that can only speak with his fists, or I don't know, the game about where you're lost and you have to map your way back by drawing your own map as you explore, or maybe I don't know, just like a management idle game, like just something to explore, a fantasy to explore. And the one of the ones that came to me after I was like looking through a bunch of like abstract art, or like a little folder of what was it, like a little secret Discord channel that I have just filled with lots of things that inspired me previously. Like I'd scroll through there, and then I found like a game where someone made where they were like a skateboarding character that jumps up, and for some reason when he's in the air starts shooting down. That kind of reminded. Then I remembered like an old prototype that I made that was really badly programmed and wasn't really fun at all. And I ended up like, oh, I thought I'd try to revisit that game. And what was it? Tap Trick ended up developing from there. And as I first like made like a bullet point of a bunch of ideas that I wanted, and it was like, oh, okay, you're gonna jump through hoops, grind on rails, like the stuff that I remember like that was so cool to me watching Sonic, the Sonic games. I didn't grow up with like a Sega Genesis or actually consoles, well those early consoles at all. When I was younger, basically got introduced to like gaming and like when the PS1 came out. No, after nearly when the PS2 came out, and my first game that I tried was Rayman, and then I got really entranced by like platformers alike, and Sonic was my most favorite. And yeah, I wanted to replicate that same feeling that it gave me as a kid, like just seeing the Sonic like just riding on rails and jumping off and stuff.
Nice.
And yeah, added coins, the collectible, and then the hoops, just like for something to jump through. But originally I wanted to make it very like you had to get those things to progress to the next level. But I ended up like having my little brother playtest it, and he ended up picking up my iPad. And thanks to like a construct having like a remote preview feature where I could just click like a play and generate like a remote preview button or whatever, I was able to just like send a link then or like take a picture of QR code, and it was in a QR code, and he was instantly playing on it like off a browser, the same game that was and while I was updating at the same time with just a click.
Nice.
And and then I noticed my little brother was like smiling from ear to ear, like as he was like explaining to me how amazing he felt trying to reach the end, like how he finally did it after making loads of noises. I think I even recorded him playing, and that ended up like solidifying like I probably should make it optional and make it like make it so that someone who just wants to play very casually could just play it like on the go without having to worry about anything. And it seems like it was the right choice. People really like that. Like
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I appreciate the fact that it's like you can go for the perfection, as I've been trying to on this level, and doing not a very good job of. There are just a few small things that I get, like every once in a while, like I get stuck here, like the character hits the ceiling and then they start going the wrong way.
Oh yeah, that can happen a couple times. I think I just let I just let it fly.
Yeah, there we
I
go.
thought maybe people would. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm just watching the stream a little bit, but it's
Yeah,
a
it's just a
bit.
little lagged.
My internet's a bit laggy as well right now, for some reason.
That spike, that one single spike, always gets me.
Mm.
But anyway,
Yeah, I got some angry messages of that last spike in that the purple level. Yeah, I got told that's so evil.
it's
And all
just
I did
this.
was like send like that purple imp emoji that's like that looks very devilish.
I don't know what it is, but like I'm coming up on this spike and I click to jump and then I just don't, or I bonk on the ceiling or something. So I don't know. I guess you know we're kind of running a little low on time here, but do you want to continue developing the game further? Do you want to release it on mobile as you suggested?
Yeah, at some point. So right now I'm currently crunching on a game that I'm working. Hopefully, hoping to be done with it in by like end of May, this upcoming month, and I'll probably start working on that game as well. I think if there's more demand for it, since right now I'm just gauging the interest.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. If anybody has any questions that they'd like to ask in chat, please do so now. And in the meantime, I'm just going to let you go ahead and say, you know, if there's anything you want to promote or give a shout out to, you know, post any links in chat. It's all up to you.
All right. I didn't prepare this in advance.
Oh, that's okay.
So yeah. So follow me at Salman _ HH on Twitter. What was it? Buy 10mg about 500 times for good luck. And yes, yeah, I was glad to be here. I wish I could talk about another project of mine at the moment. I just saw someone in the chat mention that. But right now they're either a bit early in development or I'm just waiting for some things to like clear out, like so I can have the okay to do it without any problems. Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just about to say, if you want to check out what I'm working on, I post snippets and stuff I'm working on my Twitter which was just linked in the chat.
All right, and once again, I'm going to post the link in chat. Tap Trick. It's good fun. Pretty easy to pick up, but very tough to get through all the way to the end. So give it a shot if you'd like. See if you can do better than me. Very likely you can do better than me. But there we go. All
it's funny you say that it's tough. Your game is way tougher after like the first try.
I mean, yes, I know that I did make Infinite Descent like very challenging to play, but I guess the difficulty from Tap Trick I feel comes a bit more from the fact that you don't have the most precise control method, whereas I really tried to make Infinite Descent challenging, but to give you very fine control over the character. So it's difficulty coming from different sources.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me. In about 5 minutes, it's not listed on the schedule, but Dragonizer, and I hope I'm saying your name right, or Dragonazer, maybe, will be joining me to discuss the game. Oh, okay. Well, that pronunciation is not helpful. That looks like a bunch of Cyrillic characters, and I don't know how to say that. Yeah, so next up, we're going to play the game Excavatris Incorporated. I'm going to put the link in chat there. And yeah, we'll be back in just about 5 minutes. So in the meantime, Solomon, thanks again for joining me.
No problem.
All right.
Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure. All right. Goodbye.
All right, then. Bye.
And yes, chat, we'll be back in about 5 minutes with Excavatrix Incorporated. So many pronunciations that I'm going to have to be corrected on after we get back. But yes, until then, farewell. All right, and we are back. Hello, everyone. We are going to be playing. Well, first of all, we are joined by both the developers of Excavatrix. Hopefully, you'll be able to correct me on the pronunciation of that shortly.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm Dragonizer, or Dragonize.
I've broken your brain.
Yeah, a bit. And this here is Yogwell. I think he's connecting.
Yeah.
I hear nothing.
Oh.
Actually.
Interesting. We
no,
can hear
no.
you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I hear now. Yes.
All right. Excellent. And yeah, we are playing the game again. If you can perhaps give me the pronunciation of this, is it Excavatrix? Like excavate
Yeah.
Tetris?
Like it's a portmanteau of excavation and Tetris. So yeah.
Cool. I am okay at Tetris, not very good at Tetris when I have to be talking to other people at the same time. So while I give this a shot, perhaps you could tell me, well, first of all, go ahead and introduce yourselves and your roles on the project.
Well, I am York, and I am the main programmer. So I do most of the code and the logic of the game.
Yeah, and I'm Dragonizer, and I do pretty much everything else. I did art for this project. I did a bit of coding with mostly with the backgrounds and all that. Well,
yes, and most of the game designing is on purpose of Draga.
Yeah, thank you. Although some decisions which made it into the final game and which made it a lot more entertaining were on York, like the abilities.
Well, I was trying to make it not just Tetris, but some interesting Tetris.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Can you tell me a bit about how you first arrived? Whoops. Can you tell me, what did I say about trying to talk and ask questions?
Feel free to press 1 to remove your mistake.
1? I
Yes.
see.
You have some abilities. One is a rocket, and you can.
Oh, okay. Yes, I should probably have read the instructions before playing.
Yeah, that's one of the main issues with our game. Nobody seems to read the instructions.
Yeah,
There's
unfortunately,
quite many instructions, so yeah.
I do find that as kind of a general rule, unless the content is presented within the game itself, you really can't, expect people to read. Like, it would be convenient if they did, but
Yeah, that's true. Oh, we simply ran out of time because Unity doing its best to do its worst.
All right. So the question that I kind of half started to ask there was, how did you decide on this idea for the jam?
Well, the idea was like
okay.
Deeper and deeper. So the first idea was digging. That's I think the first idea of everyone. And how we can dig with Tetris? Why not?
I'll just add that it took us like 3-4 hours to come down to Tetris.
Well, actually, it wasn't the first idea. The first idea was something about dungeon with balls of light and something like that.
Oh, right. Yeah, there
But
was this.
As always, it was a very complex idea from the scratch, and we just
complicated.
Yes, we
feel
wanted to
free
do
to press
something
2 if you're
more
still
easy.
alive. Yeah.
I really like the fade out on the. I'm actually glad I lost.
Yeah, thank you. And here's the bug. You see.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, feel free
refresh the
to
page.
refresh it.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. No problem. Well, I'll take the opportunity to ask the next question here. So, what was your development process for building the game?
Well,
well, after the brainstorming, I think it should be honest to say that York was against the idea from the start. So we kind of developed something of the same. Wait, York, is that why everything is so difficult to modify?
What do you mean?
The bullets and the turrets and that thing that midway. Did it impact the underlying game mechanics?
Well, the point is that I was looking the main page of Ludum Dare during the process, and I saw that everybody is inventing some original ideas, and that's why I thought that making Tetris is a bit, I don't know, a bit
You can
easy.
use shift to hold your pieces.
Okay.
Yes, you have a pocket where you can store one. And also, you have 3 abilities that
Yes, which I have been not using at all.
they are charging while you are
let's
destroying
fix
the
that.
lines, and you can try them. So, talking about the process, it's mostly Drago is inventing a lot of ideas, a lot of concepts, and actually, he has much more experience in gaming and in game.
Well, yeah, basically, I'm a gamer of this team.
Yes, and he knows some things that are not so obvious for me, like I don't know about some effects, some visual things, and things like that. So he is generating a lot of ideas, and I am trying to figure out if it's possible to implement them, and to implement them in some reasonable time.
Yeah, that's a big issue with us.
Yes, and
With-
most of
with
these
me.
ideas actually don't find their place in the actual
Yeah,
game.
and every time I hope we will be doing a post-gem version, having them all. But so far, it didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always possible to go on to develop a game further. Like in this case, I guess because the game is derivative of Tetris, would you be taking any time to develop the idea further, or is this as far as it's going to go?
We have a lot of ideas, actually, a lot of content that we can add, but the main problem right now with it is that while you are in game jam, you have not very much time to think about architecture of your game and to write all the code properly. So near the end of the third day, yes, you just put random pieces of code everywhere, and
Hope it
all
works.
the code, yes, all the code looks just awful, and I don't think that it's possible to well, I think that the game really needs a lot of refactoring now.
Yeah, that's been a kind of recurring theme people have been mentioning throughout the day today, is that you end up just making a lot of compromises for sake of finishing the game in time, and you end up with code that might not be the best architecture.
Yeah. But at least it works.
Yeah, oh yeah, it all seems to be working quite well.
Apart from the restart, but...
Yes, actually we had a very bad bug until almost the end, when
I don't think we actually fixed it since.
Well, actually now it doesn't seem to happen. Just some blocks didn't disappear.
Yeah, that one.
They were becoming invincible, but they were seen on the screen, and it was really confusing. But we managed to figure out with it, and now it looks much better.
Excellent. Okay, so whoops, look at that. I was like half a sentence out, and I immediately messed up. see if I can fix that.
Press 3 to drop every single tile down,
Okay.
which should
Yes.
help.
That does
Button
help
3
quite a bit.
is like it's an earthquake that just drops everything down.
I see. Yeah, I from the icon, I almost thought it was like a little paw print or something. I wasn't sure. How can you tell if an ability is charged?
It has a light blue
I see. Yeah, it is.
circular,
Yeah,
which slowly fills up.
I see. Yeah, so it sort of goes from like a dark blue to a light blue. So I have both of my other abilities charged.
Yes, rocket and laser.
We wanted to make it animated as well, but we couldn't find
Yes,
the
the laser is the only thing that I drawn myself, and I think it's great.
All right. Well, I was just about to ask my next question, which is there any particularly clever hack or shortcut that you needed to finish the game on time? That, other than the architecture stuff that you mentioned, but.
Well, I think it's mostly about the compromises that you just at the start you have a super cool idea, and then you start implementing it and seeing that you won't be able to do everything, and you just try to find the minimum that you need to make it playable and fun enough, and just.
I think it would be unfair to forget our composer, Alex Shaggy, who I completely forgot up until now. Yeah, because all the music, all the sound effects were made him.
Yes, he is really helping us with music every time.
Yeah, the music's a great fit, so did a great job.
Yeah.
All right. So was there anything that you needed? Like you mentioned needing to like cut some things in order to reach that like minimum viable product. Do you want to elaborate on any of those? What those ideas might be, or are they going to be things that you're going to add into the game as time goes on?
I mean, I do hope we add a lot of them, but that shouldn't stop me from talking about them if York isn't against it.
No, absolutely no.
So the original idea was to have like a modification system where every 10 lines you go deeper, you have another modification. Like here you have mines, there you have moving blocks, etc, etc, etc. So it's not everything, so it wouldn't be everything at the same time like it is now. But
well, actually, everything is only 3 things now, so
yeah,
it's not too much.
Yeah, but the issue is we had to drop, like, we have a list of 14 things that could have made it, but
actually the Tetris mechanics itself is a bit complicated. It's a bit much complicated than you think first. In the first place.
One thing we learned. Yeah, also you can use Q and E to move the ability pointer, so you can laser to the left.
Oh,
if you
okay.
Like.
Yes, I would like to fix that mistake.
Yeah. So yeah. As it turns out, Tetris is really complicated to introduce properly. We didn't manage to do everything as well as we could. For example, some wall kicks are apparently working wrong, from what I've learned. But I have no idea which ones because it's really difficult to debug. The wall kick is when you move the piece to the wall and then turn it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there were a few other things like that. For example, if we need it, it turns out that in default Tetris there is a fixed time when there is a fixed time given when you put the tile to the floor, where you can move it left or right, or turn it. In our version, it's dynamic, and it becomes so fast that my record, my personal best, is depth 150, where it's pretty much impossible to drag the tiles on the floor. So it touches the floor, you're done.
Right. So, would you want to continue to modify the game to make it more like the original Tetris, to bring it in line with people's expectations?
I feel that would be a good solution to some issues while updating other stuff so that it doesn't feel like Tetris. Like, again, there's this feature which we added on the third day, I think, where the pieces that don't touch anything drop down. That can be abused. I, in my runs, abuse it, but no one seems to bother. And it helps. So, like,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, pretty much. It helps a lot with L's and J's because you can put it the other way down. So then after matching the line, it falls.
Right.
I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
guess- Sorry?
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's a bit complex to explain. I'm bad at it.
That's all right. Yeah, all right. I'm going to use a power-up and then ask a question. It wasn't started yet. I go. So,
You can use free
was there... Yeah, I guess, yeah, you did talk a bit about the cutting it. So there isn't a whole lot more than I had in terms of questions, actually. Just looking at my list here, but if there's anything that people want to ask, please drop the questions in chat, and we'll, do our best to pass those along and get them asked.
Oh, right. You were asking if, well, perhaps you weren't asking, but there is a single thing I want to tell to anyone out there.
Yeah.
If you are doing a collaborative work, do check that all your engines are on the same version in advance.
Yeah.
Oh yes, we have some problems with Unity because Drago has Unity of more modern version.
Yeah, more recent version, yeah.
Yes, and he was trying to do some prefabs, some assets, and they just didn't import properly.
Yeah.
With my version.
So a lesson learned.
Yes.
I guess in terms of feedback, one thing that I would say is like it's really great to know that you have these abilities, but the fact that they're off to the side of the screen makes it difficult for me to divert my attention to check. I don't know. Is there? Maybe
That's another lesson learned, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, UX is not the easiest thing, really. So
yeah, for
if we had an army of testers, we could find it out.
Probably. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the general issue with development. You play your stuff so much, you know how it should be played.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, as I said, I'm not particularly good at Tetris, but when I
Oh,
got
you have a better score now.
Yeah, I did. I get up to 19, but what you were saying that you got up to 150?
150, and then for the record, it did come to me on the second day, like at the evening of the second day, that Tetris is kind of about building, not digging.
But that's the point. That's where the point of our game is.
I guess that's why there's no other Tetris. And that was kind of a part of what we were trying to do. We were trying to make something, at least in some way, original from any other submission we were expecting to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yes, on the one hand, like you've got the blocks falling and like building something up in Tetris, but ultimately the point of the game is to like continue to clear lines and to keep it from rising too far. So I think that like pushing it in the other direction of like using the Tetris pieces to dig through, it still absolutely works as a mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the one thing I was wondering is one thing you should probably look into before developing the game any further is would you run into any troubles because the core mechanic of the game is still based around Tetris. Like, even if you were to replace the pieces with like different shaped things, I'm really not sure like what would legally protect you from making something that is a like Tetris-like.
I mean, I've seen a lot of, well, not a lot of, but I did see few Tetris clones that were like taking another direction, and that would kind of be fine.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't feel wrong on its own. Like, that doesn't feel, at least to me, it doesn't feel as wrong as seeing a third Minecraft clone. Because the Tetris is a very like basic idea.
Yeah, for sure.
Now. So yeah.
And I mean, like, clones are going to happen no matter what. But I guess I just want to make sure that, you know, if you do want to take this further, just make sure that you look into the, you know, legal ramifications. Like, I wouldn't want you to get caught out on, like, you know, realizing that all the work that you put into it kind of doesn't amount to anything because some publisher is chasing you down for like, oh, we have the rights of Tetris and we don't want you to continue developing this, you know. It'd be a shame.
From what I learned while we were developing it, there is a certain Tetris guideline, but I didn't find any legal ramifications of not following it. Also, it does include like a point about having Korobeiniki, which is Tetris theme A, as a main theme.
Right. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I guess, is there anything else that you wanted to say about the development of the game? We're kind of close to wrapping up here.
Not really. York, what about you?
No, I don't know.
All right. Well, if there is anything that you want to plug in terms of projects that you're currently working on, or like where people can find you, you know, please go ahead and post links in the chat and give a shout out to anything you want to.
Well, I think the most interesting thing about us that other people can do is play other games from other Ludum Dares. It's our sixth or fifth?
Yeah,
I don't remember.
It's our sixth. We previously came by the collective name Neon Glass. So we've only started doing personal pages 2 gems ago. So yeah, here's the link, I guess. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah, there we go. So here are some of the other games that you worked on?
Yeah, everything was worked on by me personally. York worked on most of them.
Yes, and we sometimes had an artist.
We also have had an artist previously.
Yes, which is actually a big problem for us because we don't have an artist.
We don't have an artist, and I am more of a programmer myself, to be honest. So while everything here is done by me, you can consider it programmers.
Yeah, but I think you found a nice balance. Like it's, you know, you got a nice aesthetic and it looks really clean, and you know, yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about, you know, if you can take things in this direction, like, yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah, thank you. Except for the part where everyone, well, not everyone, but where a lot of people are hating mixed pixel sizes, which was, yeah.
That doesn't like.
Like, I
Doesn't
was
bother me.
surprised. I was surprised that people put so much thought in it. Apparently, that's
Well, you know, I think that there are some people who are very particular about that, but as far as I see it, like, it's not as much like mixed pixel size. Like, I guess it technically is that, but if things are like even duplicates, like,
Wait.
you know, multiples of each other, then I don't think it really detracts from the look of it.
Mhm.
Anyway, I'm going to put the link to this in chat so that anyone who wants to try the the game of Excavatrix. Sorry, I'm never quite sure how to pronounce that. Yeah, please do give that a try. And coming up in just about 4 minutes at 4:30, we've got the game Asterisk with Frychair and potentially some others. So yeah, please look forward to that. And in the meantime, Dragonizer and Yerkwell, thank you for joining me on the call.
yeah.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for having us. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, and yes, chat, we'll be back in just about 4 minutes for Asterisk. right.
Nice.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
All right. I am joined by a number of people. I'm not sure if the Discord is consistent, so I'll just have you introduce yourselves one at a time. I'm joined by Crychair.
Yeah, so I guess I'm your lead dev and only dev.
Cool. Also joined by Alexa Thanos.
Hi, that's me. I'm one of the composers and the voice actress.
Okay. We've also got Dooz.
Hello, I'm Woods Pixel. I was the artist for the game.
And we've got Oh Snap, it's Sean or Sheen. How do you prefer?
This is Sean.
Sean. Okay.
And I was also one of the composers.
Cool. And we've got JJ Bullfrog.
Hey, yes, I did some dialogue, the dialogue system, and mixing and sound design.
All right. Well, I do have the EXE downloaded here because I saw that that was the recommended way to play. So I will get that started. I guess having introductions taken care of, maybe we can start into the questions. So first of all, have you been participating in Ludum Dare for a while?
First one for, was it literally all of us for Ludum Dare?
Definitely for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was all our first Ludum. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Have you worked on like other game jams together in the past?
No. In fact, who has? Evan, you have.
I worked on game jams in the past, and I think Danielle.
I did as well. I've worked in like 5 different game jams before now.
And then David, sound designer, who's not on the call with us, did I think a few before this. I think he said 2 or 3 or maybe 4. But the rest of us had not done any.
All of us together.
Yep.
All right. So, if you haven't been working on game jams together, like how did you all form a team?
We found you,
yeah,
Evan, and you knew Danielle. So how did we find you? Was it
Yeah.
on? Was it on
I
Itch?
think it might have been like an iNat Reddit post or something.
Yeah,
like
that was.
Oh,
I
you were on
posted to
Reddit.
Reddit. Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
Alexa saves the day again. Yeah.
I actually saw that post. I was like, oh.
And
my
I
God.
made you join it.
Smart
Without you
decisions.
even knowing.
All smart decisions.
But yeah, we it mostly came down to that, and then we kind of worked together for maybe like, I guess a month learning
about.
Fmod.
Yeah.
Because
Jeremy
none of
made
us had
sure.
used Fmod, and Jeremy definitely wanted to learn one of the like Fmod or WYs.
Yeah, Jeremy approached me about the game jam like from the very start, and we just got like we spent that month like getting to know our team and getting to know the stuff that we would end up using.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a good thing we did too, because boy.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen? It's cool that you could see like these themes repeated in the comment sections of all these games. Overscoping and getting teams are hard. So that was one of the things was big teams can be hard. You have to get your communication down. And I just it was so much fun working with this group of people. And I thought for 7 people working in such a short span of time, just nailed it. It was so fun.
I'm going to ask an obvious question here, and that is, can I jump?
No.
You
No.
cannot.
Okay.
Deeper and deeper. Yeah, that's normally what I've been responding to people who ask about it.
Deeper and deeper. Jumping is going the wrong direction.
I think also it involves more strategy then, because you have to keep going down to avoid the bombs.
Yeah, you can't. No backtracking.
And we also have
I think that sometimes people are like a little sad that there's like artifacts out of reach, but
Yep.
you know,
Gotta let them go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Move on.
Drive.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's got to be a record short run there.
I've definitely blown up at the top level before.
Yeah.
I think I've seen a streamer get a 98 too. So you're beating somebody.
All right. Well, so moving on with the questions then. How did you decide on this particular game as an idea for the jam?
That's like I thought when you sent me that question, I thought that was like I have no idea because I feel like we just talked for an hour and ended up somewhere close to this.
Yeah.
Like we also ended up somewhere very far away before this. Like,
I think
Yeah.
it came down to. I was gonna say, I think it came down to like looking at game references. For example, Downwell, Dig
yeah.
Dug, and I came with the idea, instead of digging in the ground, why don't we dig outwards towards space? And I think it just kind of went with that. Really?
Were you the one who said that? That
Yeah, I
because that
was.
was a brilliant
yeah, she
move.
drew
Like,
a little mock-up for this. When she
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
us started like down this path.
yeah, it was this sort of, you have this conflicting drives to one is sort of like you want to be unique and try crazy new things, and then the other one is that sort of, again, not overscoping, not getting too in deep.
Yeah.
And so things like just changing the setting, like deep into space, not just deep downward into something. It was cool. So, and the funny thing is, there was this hope that we could do like additional meetings of like going into deeper and deeper into space on different asteroids, and it was one of those things that we couldn't quite get to having to represent that because we want to make sure that this game was tight enough the way it was. And so, I think if we were to keep at it, there might be more of an element too of like the next asteroid is deeper and you have to, bring your loot back and that sort of thing. But
I think the idea came from cutting the fat a lot too. Like,
right, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. I really wanted to go deeper into black holes, but that was a bit too far.
the
Hence
physics
why
is just
the
brutal.
Title, yeah.
Yeah, I find astrophysics fascinating. So, what were the ideas surrounding a black hole? Because that is the question that I have sort of later on. Is like, was there anything that you wanted to had to cut or change in order to finish the game in time?
yeah, we cut a lot of things at first. Like in
Mhm.
the ideas phase, we definitely cut tons.
Oh,
you
yeah.
I'm pretty sure our first idea was like a space exploration idea
Mhm.
where we were like
Yeah.
in a ship and like going deeper into space, and then we had to scrap that for time and everything. So
Right, yeah.
Focus on the game.
yeah,
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's funny too, in the beginning, you can't talk about everything at once. So I don't know what everybody else was picturing. I honestly don't remember what I was picturing, but I would bet if you could look in all our brains, the game we're all picturing in the beginning is very different.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
oh yeah.
Well, yeah, that's
For
why I was trying to
me-
get that whiteboard out.
Yeah.
Right. And so part of it is, you cut things out because, you hear everybody's talking about something and then you speak up and say, ooh, I don't know if we have time for that, guys. But then
Yeah.
also, then you start seeing art and stuff, and that also just naturally cuts a bunch of things out because suddenly you have a sense of direction instead of negatively cutting things. You're positively moving towards
Yeah.
something, and that's
Absolutely.
the good moment when you turn that corner.
It's a good way of saying it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks.
So were you actually? You mentioned a whiteboard. Were you actually able to like? Were you like on a Discord call, or like how did you get to?
Yeah, Discord call and that Miro whiteboard. Like
never
shared
figured that out.
whiteboard space.
Yeah. I know.
I never wrote a thing on there.
No,
I like
Oh,
looked
man,
at
I couldn't figure it out. All I can do is mess up other people's.
Yeah, you did move stuff around on me.
I did. Yeah.
No, but yeah, we probably figured out somewhat of an idea in what, like an hour we did. I
Yeah.
think.
That
Yeah,
first
we
powwow
definitely-
hour was
And
really
it
productive.
definitely changed from there, but we had the base like
Totally.
drawing from Danielle.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
insane. Just you
Oh,
look
Danielle
over, it's like
starts
2 minutes later. Yeah.
Pumping stuff out. Oh my, your brain.
Yeah.
Does it hurt to be in your brain, Danielle?
No idea. I have no idea.
It's the speed at which you were cranking out cool ideas is just
And
so amazing.
I guess just to keep going on what we cut, like I cut WebGL for a little bit
Oh, yeah.
because it ran so poorly with Fmod and the like way I was spawning levels at first.
It was pretty
I
cranky.
think that I managed to get it to an okay state. It's definitely still worse than downloading the game, but it runs and the sound doesn't clip the whole time you're playing. So
Success.
Small victories, yeah.
success.
Right.
Yeah,
it was a good
well,
run. That was a good run.
I guess I felt like in the past, every time I've seen games on these jams not have a WebGL version, they get like overlooked. Even if they're good, they just like get so many less players just because people don't want to be bothered, right? which I like understand, but like it also kind of sucks when you have a WebGL bug and the game doesn't run. So yeah, and Unity was also giving us a really hard time with Mac builds too. We managed to figure that one out, but
Yeah, some
In, like,
googling.
the nick of time. Yeah.
Alexa's, that was Alexa again. Alexa saved the day again.
yeah, I made
power of
Alexa download Unity and Fmod on her Mac. I guess she already had Fmod, but download Unity on her Mac because for some reason doing a Mac build from Windows didn't work.
It was
but
very
doing a Mac
cranky.
build from Apple with the same version of Unity worked fine. I have
Apple's
no
like, I
idea.
need it to be Apple, please. Like, only Apple? It's like, okay.
Yeah,
fine.
only apples.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done some app development in the past, and that's definitely been like an annoyance of like
Ooh, I
have
bet.
to own an Apple product just to be able to export to that platform.
Yeah.
Previously, I've never had an issue with Unity building like a development build.
Mhm.
Like I know that I'll get rejected from the App Store for some weird reason, but
You're not a trusted developer, but Bluish-green, I love that your game was online and like so gratifying at every turn. Like I just like, just to spin it to you for a minute. It was just, I love that we could all play it and really enjoy it.
Well, thank you. Like I definitely had a similar experience where I about 3 hours from the time of submission, my WebGL build, or not WebGL, it's HTML5. I think Unity, I'm using GameMaker and it compiles to like a JavaScript build. And it was a black screen because there was something going wrong, and GameMaker has this fun thing where it doesn't crash, but it will just sort of start fumbling through, and like things will just keep getting weirder and more broken. So what I had to diagnose was the fact that it just didn't want. I was trying to write to a save file, an INI file that didn't exist, and it didn't want to do that. It has a default for reading from files that don't exist, but trying to write to a file that doesn't exist. Is there a file create method I could have called first? Nope. INI write should have been taking care of that for me, but it just wasn't. So once I isolated that problem, which, you know, I have to kind of do blindly of just like commenting stuff out, it's like, this was working yesterday, why is it broken now?
Oh God.
that's crazy.
Oh, the stress of the game jam, man. Holy
So
cow.
did you just manually force that file in there?
No,
before you write?
no. I just did a find and replace for every instance of INI write, and just put a little wrapper, like a little if else statement saying like, if this is a web build, don't do this.
Yeah.
Nice.
Which has definitely led some people to like that means that the game doesn't save any of your preferences. So I've had at least one person configure the game audio to a comfortable level, and then they hit restart game, and then it lost it because it just doesn't happen anymore. So I love the like, this is a very like well polished like game loop. You know, it's short, it's quick, but it works, and yeah, you guys like. Especially for such a large team to coordinate, you did a fantastic job on this.
Oh my gosh.
I think the team part definitely helps with not having people touch Unity. not having 7 developers, I guess. I've done a team with like 4 developers, and it is like a nightmare to split that work up because of like, you know, because I can't edit scenes if somebody else is in scenes. I mean, we can all write scripts, right? But still have to put it together at the end. I don't know.
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
Way harder.
I figure that a large team can work if everyone has their own role to play. So having some people on art, some people on code, some people on design, some people on like, you know, it makes it easier to coordinate, right?
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jeremy, you did a good job splitting up work too.
Oh,
between you
totally.
guys.
Well, I mean,
Super streamlined.
just
Sound
you know,
manager.
it's a lot like mixing too. It's when people are this good, it becomes a lot easier, you know. And it's funny because I felt like I reached out. So Evan and Danielle, I didn't know, and that was Alexis Fine. But all the sound people, but one, were people I reached out to, and I kind of just chose as like fellow game audio game jam newbies, but like people who knew their stuff. We were people who had talent, lots of talent in their fields. So, and then there was one guy who, looking back, is like, why didn't I invite him? I was in another like a sound design Slack group with him, and I happened to mention it, and he said, "Hey, I'd love to do that." I was like, "Well, boy, am I glad you asked." And he also ended up just like knocking it out of the park. So, when everybody's like, you know, kind of like everybody's into it and roughly the same amount. Everybody's responsible, but everybody's also having fun. It was great. It was all the things, you know, because you don't want it so intense and serious. It's like you're making a video game. You're not doing heart surgery, but you have to be serious enough to want to do a really good job and do it right. So yeah, it's a great team, and it's easy to put it together when it kind of puts itself together.
Nice. That's very well said. I want to say real quick, JC Monkey, thanks for the follow. And then on to my next question here was, do you have any plans for the game going forward?
We sort of been starting to talk about that. We have a list of like things to fix. Like I'll just say bug fixes or minor changes to make the game better. And then we have another list that is much bigger of every possible, upgrade, I'll say.
Oh, yeah. Every errant idea that came out of this game. Well, what if you did this? And it's like totally outlandish. But, good to see that while it's fresh.
Didn't you say, like, your last one was, like, different characters that do different things? I'm like, oh, God.
All the things that a musician would write that the developer is going, please God, no.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I have to write like different character controllers now.
All I want is a high score system. That's all I want.
Yeah, high score is definitely on the list. Even just a local high score, I think would
Yeah.
really enhance.
Yeah. Just like a saved sort of number for the playtime.
Totally.
And just editing what I have already, like making better artifacts, making the stories seem a little bit more in depth.
Yeah, I got a question for you too. Back at you. Do you think that the drill size should change and be bigger so you can mine 2 blocks at once? Because right now, we sort of force that people to, swing it back and forth, right? Like because because of the sizing, but.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I have a problem with being able to sort of swing it back and forth like that. Like
Also,
it's...
the game over screen is bugged.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah. That's another good run right there.
Yeah, holy cow. That actually might beat my high score. I've been having some troubles. So...
My high score was around there for a while. Yeah.
I'm desperately trying to break 30k. That's like my goal.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because a couple other people who played it had mentioned that drill thing, like that the drill should be, fatter.
I don't know. Like it doesn't seem like something that's an impediment to me. Like, but I guess you really have to go with the majority of the feedback on that. Like,
yeah.
I guess it probably would be more like if you could like left click to do like a precision like 1 block thing if you're trying to be careful, or maybe like right click to do the precision and then left click just to do like the quick mine. Maybe. Hard to say.
Yeah, just kind of wondering what you were thinking, because I've heard it a couple times, but I've never been in a place where I could actually ask for more feedback easily, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I
it's
got
fun to watch.
there.
It's fun to watch good gamers like get a hold of the mechanic and start to really get good at it. And just kind of like fluidly wander around and just start grabbing stuff and make all those like kind of little decisions, like exactly how big that blast radius is, how much time you have, so can you go grab that thing and get out of there before the bomb blows up. I love those moments.
Totally.
Yeah. Fun.
Is it I noticed something that happened near the very top there. Is it possible to destroy the mines before they explode?
There is currently a bug feature that you can destroy the mines with the drill. You have to hold it on the bomb for like I don't know, like a lot of the time that it's like going off, and then I think there's got to be some weird interaction with bombs disappearing, even if you only touch them with the drill. For like
Yeah,
a quarter
yeah, I've seen a
second.
few of those too.
Yeah, I have no idea, and I don't know. I didn't really, I guess, put the time in to look after the game jam finished. So
It's in the queue. It's in the bug
yeah,
list.
it's in the queue. But yeah, and then the bombs blow up the artifacts
Yes.
too, which I think you can tell, but timing's like off. I wish the timing was just a little better, so that they kind
Also
of
on the
linger,
list.
right? Yeah, also on the list.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's quite a large list of things that you need to amend. Like that. That being the case, is there, were there any like little hacks or tricks they needed to implement just to get the game done in time?
I guess real optimization and dropping things, I think, is really what it was. I would say definitely I don't have the cleanest code here either. My menu like selector is repeated hand jamming. Or like where the camera goes at any point in time is like all just almost repeated lines of like, oh, move the camera, follow here, move the camera, follow here. Disable player death in the middle of this random sequence, like because it caused an audio bug.
I did notice that I think it was like my second run or something, maybe my third, that like the character started to play their little teleport animation, and then a bomb went off and I died and it said game over.
Saw that. I was
Same
mad.
happened to
I was
me.
mad for you. Yeah.
Yeah, there is some race conditions in there with the ending and the animation and death, definitely. That yeah, I don't know. I like lock out animations on after the teleport plays, but also sometimes the teleport doesn't play. When you get the timeout thing. I don't know. It's definitely needs a little reworking. I have some code debt.
But I have a question for you, because I haven't talked to you about this, and it might be something worth hearing in general. So we used Fmod, right? And looking at what we did with the Fmod, and you know the work you had to put in, like getting Fmod and Unity to do kind of collaboratively what we wanted them to do, was it worth it? Would you, or do you think if you start over, would you try and do this without it?
I think it was definitely worth it, especially for like the voice acting stuff, because I think that wouldn't have went as well. Especially like the random stuff you did for the voice acting would kind of not be possible. Like the random asteroid names you guys did, I don't think that wouldn't be a feature. That would be, you'd have one asteroid name.
yeah. And I love that stuff. That's part of what keeps it like alive.
So
you know?
fun.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, mixing would have really sucked for you too. Like, if you had to mix in Unity, it is not.
Yeah. There's some. I mean, like this game with bombs being a main feature. You know, any time that kind of all the elements can be kind of roughly the same, mixing becomes a little easier. You have two main problems you encounter. One is quantity of objects, and one is total just amplitude. And we don't have quantity in this game much. You know, you have several bombs go off at once. You have your background and your music and your drill. It's not much, but the bombs need to be loud, otherwise it doesn't feel right? So then suddenly we're finding out we have like 5 bombs go off on one screen, and I think I don't know if you found it yet, we also have a bug where like for some reason that just makes the music stop.
It does okay on the normal build. The WebGL build. Though.
Even on the Mac, I didn't play. I don't think I played the final one on the PC build, but I played the Mac build, and it also does the same thing.
It does a little bit, yeah. Only when there's like a
the
excessive
Windows
amount
one
of bombs.
doesn't for me, but we have some issues with Fmod and I guess like threading almost. I would say only because it's like the WebGL is a single thread, and that like really limited us at first.
Yeah.
I did some like optimization just to limit. Like I mean, I'm sure there's a better way to do it, but in the amount of time, every single one of the blocks on the screen is a rigid body, or sorry, is a box collider. And so I'm spawning like 1,000 box colliders when you hit a new layer. Like the layers are like 8 deep about, and you know, every time you hit the next one, and that spawning that many objects on WebGL just
Yeah,
cannot handle. Yeah. So I'm happy I got it to playable, but man, I almost wish I saved a video of the first like WebGL build I did
Oh my
for
god, dude.
testing. It like couldn't even get through the menu screen. Like it was like
That's pretty rough.
pitching the sound for like a quarter second. Like every other quarter second it was just a hitch, and I couldn't even get through the menus. Like it was unplayable. And that's when I cut WebGL and kind of ignored it until the end, and I guess I made optimizations. Obviously I stopped spawning 40,000 objects at the start of the game.
Oh boy.
Evan, man, you made a lot of great choices because this game
yeah.
like went from 0 to this in 3 days, despite again dealing with all the different audio people and of course all long distance. You know,
Well, it
I've never
definitely
done a
helped
game
that we
jam in the same
prepped.
room now, so I know that'd be different. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It definitely helped that we prepped, because like if we didn't prep, I would have wasted like half my time learning
all of our time.
how
Oh,
how to implement Fmod sounds. Like
Right.
I must have spent like 2 weeks, just like an hour a day, you know, for 2 weeks, like just kind of learning it.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we made that little rhythm game, that, and we made the platformer. Yeah, just as like a test.
Yeah.
We've got a comment here. Well, first of all, there's a question for David about using audio hacks and for creating sound effects. Did you use any like hacks or tricks to make the sound effects for the game?
That's the
D'Agostino, he's in
David
chat right now and he just
D'Agostino.
responded. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, cool.
So what,
Yeah, so using
Reaper?
Reaper actually integrates directly into Fmod, so I was able to spit anything out from there directly into Fmod, which made things super fast. Don't think we could have achieved what we did without Fmod for sure.
That's so cool. Yeah, it was great. We would be sitting in a conversation and, you know, it would be like a decently long conversation and we'd talk about a sound effect. And then like 20 minutes later, David would come back and was like, how's this? I'm like, how did you do that while we were talking? It was unbelievable. So that was like super cool.
Yeah.
And of course the sound effect was perfect. You know, I mean, it was just like,
that drill.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
So when you resist, that was that people were like, "Oh, the mix was great," and it's like, but that like things like the drill, I'm dealing with all these sounds, and then you just like, you start with the music. For me, a game like this, you start with music, right? And then you just pull up something like that drill, and it's like it just sits perfectly in there. Why? Oh, so there, I should mention that on his behalf. I see he already mentioned about Reaper, which is pretty awesome. But I know he was also mixing or designing sounds while listening to the tracks that Alexa and Sean had produced already, the music tracks. And knowing it was going to be a music-heavy game with just wanting that to kind of keep pounding away, that's the way to do it. And it shows, because there you have a sound for that drill that you can listen to the whole game. It doesn't poke you in the ear, but it was really easy to sit in the mix and you just hear it and it sounds right. It was great.
yeah.
Smart move.
Yeah, I totally see what you mean. Like, it's very much the sentiment of it's like it would be noticeable if it was done poorly, but because it's done so well, it just like you don't even notice it.
Yeah, if you had to listen to it the whole game and it just sucked, I mean, you know, use it the whole game. It's not a sound you can get wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff. David, with footsteps that you can just kind of they just feel just there. You don't have to hear footsteps, but you kind of want to know they're there because you're with characters moving around. And oh my goodness, David, what else did you? Oh, the teleport sound back. I'm so sad that teleport is a little buggy because it's just a great, like, you know, a little slightly magic-y, slightly sci-fi, whooshy, back to the surface sound. Yeah, a lot of neat stuff in there.
All right. Well, I deliberately wanted to sort of leave this off towards the end of the day to make sure that even if we ran long, everyone would have a chance to chime in. So I'm glad that that worked out really nicely. Is there anything else that you want to share about the development process of the game before we wrap things up?
I spent no time prepping. Everyone else did, but I didn't do anything.
Yeah, you were hilarious, Daniel. You were like in on all the
No, you
conversations, but it was basically all audio people trying to figure out Unity and Evan trying to figure out Fmod.
Yeah, and I was like, hey, do you
No,
guys need
Danielle,
me?
you
And I'm like,
you
no.
practice every day on stream doing
On
your,
Twitter. Oh, go
your-
follow
Oh,
her
God,
Twitter,
yeah,
everybody.
seriously.
Yeah.
Woods
Please
Pixel.
throw it in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll do that. Yeah, no, I'm the solo pixel artist. Worked fucking how long? Like 20-something odd hours on the first day, just non-stop.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
And I'm the European in the group, so I had to try and work out
You
a
were like,
timing
I'm
because
gonna
the
stay up
game.
till 8 a.m. every day.
Well, yeah, the game jam started at 3 a.m.
3
for me,
a.m.
so I basically stayed up until almost 11 a.m. that night. I had also been up the whole day beforehand, because obviously a normal day. And I was honestly fine. I slept for 4 hours, got back up, and went back
You
to
bought a
work.
Game Boy?
Yeah, wait. Yeah, I've had it for months now. But yeah, so cool. But yeah.
He's
So, yeah.
scrolling your Twitter, by the way.
Yeah, I can
That's
see.
fine.
Yeah, it's just
I have,
it's all
I have
very
more monitors,
shiny stuff.
bro.
All right. Oh yeah, you got your 7 monitors now. Got it.
I hope you like the animation of the title. It was fun. I don't know why there's little white things in the picture.
Yeah, any other stuff about developing? I mean, it's funny. It's such a whirlwind. 3 days is.
Oh God,
I
yeah.
can't believe there's game jams that are just 1 day, and really,
Oh my word.
hats off to all the compo people doing it solo in 2 days. That's
Totally.
Yeah.
berserk.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Did you do the compo? For
I
Infinite
did not.
Descent?
No, I was just
No, okay.
participating in the I was
Yeah.
working by myself, but the music I used music by Mark Sparling, and all the visuals and the platforming system for the game I had built beforehand. This was basically like a
wow.
level design challenge for me.
Gotcha.
That's
Cool.
so cool.
It was great. Yeah, it's
Loved
a
your music.
great game.
Okay,
I'm glad it
yeah,
got
the
some
music
streaming attention. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, because Mark Sparling is just like
yeah.
so good at making music, and those are just songs that he made in a day, in a like multi-year project to make one song a day. He kept that up for over
Whoa.
1,337 days.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a big album.
So cool.
Yeah.
that's
That's a big album.
Well, yeah, you can see his albums like uploaded by month, and you can download these. He's given me like free reign to use the songs for game jams, and he's also offers some very reasonable rates for licensing them. So
Wow.
if you can scroll through those like hundreds and hundreds of songs and find one that you like, and there are so many that are so good.
Wow.
Yeah. That's
so
I mean, that's
cool.
like game jam heaven there. Well, I guess it depends, because some game jams you don't have the money. So you do what you can with what you got. But once you get to the point of making that indie game or that big game jam game, like that's amazing.
Yeah. So it's a great resource. And he's
so
been very
legit.
generous.
Does he work legitimately with like old 8-bit processors, kind of either from the time or modeled on the time, or?
Yeah, so he'll use different tools. I believe one of the ones that he uses is LJDS.
Familiar.
Yeah, or he'll use like super audio carts. Like he's that was part of the experiment for all the dailies that he was doing, was to push himself to use different tools.
Wow.
So yeah, he'll include in parentheses which audio engine he used to make that track for any given day.
That's so cool.
Oh no.
But yeah, so if you think that the music in Infinite Descent was cool, Mark Sparling, and if you think that the music was cool here in Asterisk, you have well, sorry, I can't keep everyone's username straight, especially because there was multiple people working on the audio for this game. So, but sorry, who was it?
for Lexa and Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo.
Cool. Well, please feel free to include more links to your personal projects or your professional projects, whatever you want in the chat. Yeah, just it's all cool stuff, and I want people to be able to find you and see the other things you've got going on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
This
thanks
was
for having us.
This has been
So
great.
cool.
It was. I'm glad this could all come together. I was expecting to just talk to one person. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on chat.
Surprise!
I wasn't. I like asked in our group chat. Wasn't sure how many people would want to hop in here. So, but I'm glad. I'm glad everybody wanted to.
Oh yeah, for sure. The more the merrier. All right. Well, I think that's sort of wrapping things up for now. I'm going to put the game link in chat just one more time. And there you go. Please try that out for yourself if you haven't already. And thanks to the... Well, is this the entire development team that's joined? Or no, we're missing...
We're missing 2.
Okay.
But they're in chat. They're watching,
Yes.
I think.
That's
Excellent.
right. David and David, I think they're both there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and I did want to say, D'Agostino Audio, thanks for the follow. And yeah, I think that's where we're going to wrap things up for today's stream. So thanks especially to everyone. If anyone has been watching it throughout the whole day, which I kind of doubt, but thanks for everyone to participating in this developer interview stream. And there's been a lot of like really cool insights, some fun commonalities. You know, everyone talks about their sort of janky code and whatnot, but yeah, the fact is it's the exercise of participating and you know, pushing yourself to produce something cool in a limited time. And yeah, thanks so much for being on the call and talking about the game.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thanks
Cheers.
so much.
All right.
Yeah, no.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
And to everyone on the stream, thanks for tuning in. May end up tuning on broadcasting some other times, but nothing scheduled right now. But yeah, thanks for participating, and everybody stay well, stay safe. Goodbye.